Hi. Hello, everybody. How is everyone today? Let's see. Our level of winner today is Doc. And thank you, Goomer. I did take my vitamins. Hi, Doc. Hi, Goomer. Hi, Turnip. Hi, Kai. Hi, wife. I love you, wife. What is this song? Oh, Wuthering Waves. Okay. Jamie. This is a different cover. Okay. How did we get there? How did I get there? I fixed things. I fixed things, yet it wants to be special. It's not broken. It's just now doing other things. Where I'm like, how did we get here? I'm intrigued. Oh, okay. I added a volume control on my fucking Stream Deck and it works, except it keeps on switching to there. Ability. Pasta. What type of pasta do you have? Like my pizza? As you should. Yes, how is everybody? How has the days been for everybody? I've been fighting for my life. Because of the Stream Deck, I just double clicked it. I've been fighting for my life this week. It's okay though. We're here. Dude! Let me give some rolls. That's not the right dice. Where's the other one? There it is. I think that's just turn up. Turn up. Turn up, you got a 19. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Let's see, Kai. Kai should be high. Yeah, 15, 10, and a 19. You are doing amazing. Doc. 15, 16, and a nat 1. Nat 1 always adds up. But you're doing amazing today. Next is Druid. You got a 10. You also got a 3 and a 7, but you're doing amazing. You're doing good. You are doing good today. Yeah, I hope you are doing well, Druid. I love you. Where the hell are my earrings? I need to put this down. That's my medicine. I need to put that down, otherwise I won't take it, because I didn't take it yesterday. Because I didn't put it down. Oopsie. Yes, my favorite fellow cat. Cat to an extent. Catbug! Earlier this month, my friend... I can't read. Oh, we got the Beedrill sweater. Arrived today. Got a new controller today. And the paper... Oh, the paperwork! Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah, it's a good fucking day. The Beedrill sweater thing is so exciting, because it's a Beedrill. I need to open up Pokemon cards today. We need to remember to do that. I don't need this clip here. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna hand-to-hand combat fight my, my Stream Deck really quickly. Because it keeps on switching. It keeps on switching my freaking pages, and I put a button in now so I can get back to my other one, so it's fine. But I don't know why it's switching. I'm like, wait a minute, put me back. Put me back onto the other one, please. I don't fight it. I don't know why it goes there. It thinks that I want to go there. I'm like, no, I don't. Stop it. Unnaturally unlucky? Why? What happened? I feel like that means something bad happened today. In fact, I'm wearing it right now. Is it soft inside? Like, what's the rating of the actual sweater? Because we like it no matter what, because it's Beedrill, and that's what we need for you. But, like, is it a good sweater? Is it, like, the soft inside? Knows no. Beedrill? Everyone knows that's a big dick bee. Big dick bee. Exactly. I'm trying to tie my shorts so it's a little bit more comfy. Ah! Sorry, I was incapable of tying my shorts, apparently, in that moment. I was playing a lot of Indiana Jones last night, bro. I wasn't even advancing in the story. I was just collecting everything. Side quest. I was just doing side quest. I'm horrible. I still have a beef with it for putting me into cutscenes for 30 minutes. Usually it's fine. That specific night was not fine. Oh, we're on the day list. The day list of today is cringe nerdcore Thursday morning. But some of the songs are just normal. Also, I hate it. I can see all the dry shampoo in my hair. I don't know how this is considered cringe nerdcore Thursday morning. Nerdcore, cringe, amaze, nerdy,
oh my God,
autocore,
insane.
cool. Insane 56.
Insane.
Thank you, Nikki. I love you, Nikki. I hope you well. Tie shorts. Take them off. No one mind. Oh, I can't really fix my hair because I put it up in a nice bun, and by that, I just put it up and I managed to put it in a nice bun. You can literally see all the dry shampoo. You can. It just reflects it a different way. Like it's just ashier in the middle. Truthfully and honestly, I did not care. It makes my hair not oily. Borgor. Hail fucking yeah. Yeah. Hi, Nikki. I hope you well. Look, it's my OG mod. Returning back to her natural habitat. I love how it's just, why? It's just wife after wife here. Borgor. Oh, I actually didn't want this song. Vodka cranberry. Piano in the sky. More Galalopi. I love Lover Girl. Do. Okay, OBS. Oh, not OBS. Stream Deck. Please behave. All the buttons work again. Some of them disconnected. Oh yeah, turn up. Just as a follow-up for you from yesterday's events of the Stream Deck. I don't know what the fuck was happening. I think everything was just out of sync of updates. And then some things got disconnected on my actual Stream Deck and the buttons weren't working. And I just had to reconnect it to a certain thing. That was a whole fiasco. I did not know what the fuck was happening. And then I broke my OBS to the point that I was not opening because I deleted a file. But because I needed to put it in a new file for the updated closed captioning. So we still don't have closed captioning here. But that's... I fixed it so it opens. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. Windows, don't be so dramatic. End of support is slowly approaching. That faith and need ever to be found. Ooh. Let the bell for the you down with ever sing the peace way. Interesting. There's so many other buttons I can add. I don't need that one open. It's when I close this. If I close it again. That's what I thought. Stay. It went to the other screen again. I'm like, no. But if I'm close, I know it broke though. OBS updated, Nikki. That's essentially what has happened and caused so many things to break. OBS updated. Broke everything. Broke everything. So unfortunately, yeah, no closed captionings until I fix it. My bad bitches who can't hear can't read now. I can't understand myself. David, teaser, stranger. Can I keep you up at work then? Yes, you can. Just mute me. And then you could just look over and then you'll just see me. Will you hear what I say or read what I say? No. But you could look over and like, there's my wife. I'm like a moving picture frame. Like the moving picture frames, you know? Don't know what you're saying. Yeah, but you just get to look over and see your wife. I shouldn't have a... Dude, honestly, same Kai. Dude, when we raided into Pseudo yesterday, Pseudo was having issues too with the audio as well. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening today? Ubs? This is Marvel Rivals. That threw me off. Ubs literally updated and it switched it thing again. I'm gonna fight it. That was an interesting song. Oh, I like this. The update just screwed over a lot of people, I think. But time to learn sign language. Jocelyn can teach me. Oh my god, it's a bot. Who wants to kill it? Who wants to kill it? Yeah, see, wife can teach me. Yeah, who gotta kill it? Nikki gotta kill it. I just like that. Mods, kill it. Kill. Nikki gotta kill the bot. Hee. Dweeze. Kai was a mod. I know, I need to put in stuff and put into work. I've been putting work into other things, so now I need to put some more energy and work into this. I just like everybody screaming, kill. But yeah, wife can teach me ASL, and then I can speak to Nikki while she's at work. Specifically while she's at work. Also, this song is the Lord of the Rings. This is the Lord of the Rings. So if you've never seen it, you know, you gotta listen to it. Learn ASL? We can learn together! Moida. Moida is actually the place I like spelled exactly like that. Moida. It's the makeup place I shop at. I wonder what they're doing there. Moida. Loved. I have lots of nonverbal kids. True, that works. That would be very nice. And I go a lot of nonverbal at work. You shall not fuck with me. Yeah, exactly. No, but it's in language. It understands in my brain. My brain understands it's a different form of sign languages because like there's different places, but then I'm like, damn, we're fucking screwed. Even in sign language, you gotta learn a different language for the language of like that sign. I need to watch Digital Circus. This is from Deltarune, but he reminded me of Digital Circus. Website was having a sale. I just got 5 new. They're having a sale. They're still having a sale. Also, Nikki, I haven't texted her, but don't forget, it's our friend's birthday today. Is it their official? I guess I only have one website. The distributor website. Do I need a different sign language from the different regions of dialects? It's just crazy. I'm like, man, they can't even escape. Like, oh, well, I know this. Nope, well, just kidding. You gotta learn another one. Okay. How long does this? Free gift. Kiwi fig. I have the fig one in a different color. I will have to look at that later because I do like Roma and I've been okay, I say fue because I'm like fue. But fui, I feel like I like ramen better. And is it Cleo? There's some stuff from Cleo that I want to try. What's the pilot of Amazing Digital Circus? Ooh, I need to actually watch it. Like it's on Netflix. It's just one of those things that I'm so behind on watching. There's no way. I had to talk to the girl at Moida, like, oh yeah, I want one of those. I'm like, no matter how I say it, I'm gonna sound dumb because I'm like, fwee. Ramen better kinky. Damn. I mean, it's better than how I say it when I have to tell people. I've been recommending them to people at work, but by that I don't have one by me. But I'm spitting the bottle to make sure what I have. So I say rom, and so I say ramen. And I'm like, okay, well, it's not pronounced like that, but too late now. It's now ramen. I sent you feel similar to the fooey. Show me something. Oh, I need to respond to you too. Did I respond to her? I did. She doesn't message me because she's at school. Ooh. Damn, they're stacked on birthdays, Kai. Beef of Amazing Digital Circus? Oh, yeah. Why? Tell us why. Earlier this week? I'll have to look. I will look for it then. The Fui lip tint is interesting too, because it's all the lip tints I've been getting, even like the NYX one, are all like glossy and hydrating. Theirs is more like mattifying. Doesn't dehydrate the lips. There's cat fur all right here. But it's very different. And I'm like, okay, I like it. But I like these other ones better because I like the little gloss. I like this. I do like this one a lot. With the way they treat a lot of different topics, including abuse. Okay. How many episodes is there? You're here, that now. Don't you dare change on me. Yeah, send me the link again, Nikki. Oh, that's One Piece. Yeah, I do love this song a lot. There we go. I didn't even type it in fully. I just put D and it brought up Digital Circus. Oh. Okay, yeah, I should really watch it. Because then I can comment about it more. Because I can't say shit. Because I have not watched it. But it's only 4 episodes. So I really should give it a watch and see. Let me close that. That's Roman. Ooh, they are having a good sale. That's why I bought a lot of... I think it's Skin... Yeah, the Madagascar, Skin 104. 1004. That brand, I bought a whole bunch from them when they were having a sale, Nikki. How up, Bushudo? How was the rest of your stream yesterday? I ended up finishing my food and then sitting down to play games in between. And I was playing Deadlock, but I looked over, I was like, Deadlock? Encoding overload. Hey, I know that pain. I hate that shit so much. It happens so fucking often. And I fixed things finally because I had my Stream Deck that wasn't working. But literally OBS updating on me yesterday was the worst thing ever. Sent the link. Why, thank you, man. I don't want that song right now. I don't want you to change every time. It wasn't doing that yesterday. My Stream Deck is still pissing me off. But for now, it's okay. But ooh, oh, one of those. I haven't tried that one because that's the velvet. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna fight the Stream Deck. Forced update on me. I hated it. We kill it. I love you, OBS, but we just crash during the update. That's crazy. You know, Halloween Lowe's. It's still fucking September, and they're selling fucking. That's disgusting. Nobody shop at Lowe's now. We hate Lowe's. It's not Christmas time. Let Halloween pass. You know, and then we have Thanksgiving, but you know, at least I'll give them the grace of, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, sure, put it up. So, yes, it is. But it feels so plush. That's how the, it's weird because the free lip tint that I got is so like the water gloss tint, but then it dries like a matte and velvety like that. Deadlock is fun. I've been down to unlock some Ds. Fuck yeah. Who do you like to play, Pseudo? At least that was good. Filipino years, is it Christmas? Nikki, I saw your countrymen slap it to some nice fucking folk music on TikTok. I'll just send it to you. Those kids, they fucked it up. This is the home improvement store. Close. They are a shopping chain. You did get the beginning part. So the new DVD killer. Oh, good. I love her so much. I was watching Jordy play yesterday. I'm disgusted how she just puts it back. Puts it back in there. But yeah. Yeah, it's very good. The whole... I should open my Steam up anyways. Oh, yeah. Hi, Silent Hill F. I know you're available. My Silent Hill unpacked its like the whole files last night at about like 10 o'clock. And I was like, I see you're finally available. Not what I wanted you to. And I can't say, fuck it, we play Silent Hill F today because unfortunately I need my Resident Evil fix. I need my Resident Evil fix. Put that thing away somehow. She do gotta put that thing away somehow. And she said, let me just shimmy on back in here. That's fair. Where is Dead by Daylight. A, B, C, D. That's Date Everything. That's the wrong one. Okay, oh. The Crassu. Can you not pronounce like that? I can't pronounce anything right now. Why is every edge rounded? Hello? Hello? Then a Windows 11 update and everything. Oh. Oh. I'm scared of doing the Windows 11 update. I don't want to. Well, I do like everything being rounded off, but like, that's crazy. Let's see. Does this say? If not, I'm gonna give everybody the folklore of it. Sorry, I just see her swinging her intestines around. It's so funny. If you want to Silent Hill, okay? I'm gonna miss Resident Evil, but nay. We have a goal today. We gotta go our separate ways, Kai, okay? We gotta play Ada. I am very determined. I wasn't very hurt about it because I was like, oh, I guess we get to try out Dying Light the Beast, which is really fun. I want to finish playing that on stream, but we'll see how that goes. But it just means next week I'm just going to start Silent Hill F. So I don't really care. My goal is to have fun on streams. And the way to have fun today is Resident Evil. Don't think it needed anything important? Okay. But surprisingly painless? That's quite nice then. Okay. Less scary. Has stopped edging? Yeah, it stopped edging. It really did. As I walk this world alone. Oh yeah, actually. Yeah, because it's the Thai folklore. Krasu. Gasu. Sorry, just the way that they have it like phonetically spelled out, so that's what I'm reading. But there's one that says gas ooh, but the gas part is in all caps. That's what got me. Okay, we'll get you out of horny jail. Who's in horny jail? I've been bonked into horny jail. Why are you bonked into horny jail? We're not playing DVD late at night. It's okay. I see why. Shoot. Folklore. Oh. Okay, maybe I didn't want to just look up just her folklore. Oh. Internal organs out. I just need a very brief overview. Wikipedia. Sure, thank you. Sure, thank you. I hate how so many words are. I didn't know you. Oh, I hate that word. I mean, yeah, that's the whole concept of the body there, Nikki. McGinnis. Oh, the song's just called Boom. I got distracted by it. Yes, we're listening to this one. Okay, so seven's good though. Guys, okay. Usual, true. Billy, I love Billy. I don't play Billy, but I love Billy. Vindicta, I do love Vindicta. Vindicta is one that I play, except I put her down on the list now because I'm like, I don't want to be playing Vindicta. Please let me play other people. Yamato, I have not seen a warden at all. Right? These characters. That's me. Me when I play, especially like Holiday, I can hit a lot of damage, but am I good? Am I good? Because I play Holiday, Paige, Vindicta. I want to play Ivy, and then somebody else. Oh, Mina. I am dog shit at Mina, but I would play her. I need to slowly add. I do play the bad bitches, but I need to add some more. I would love to play Doorman, but I'm scared of Doorman. I'm gonna be shit at Doorman. I like Viscous. I like the little slime guy. He's so cute. And Lizard. I like how Lizard slides. Viscousy. But she turns into a ball. I love Viscous. I love the lines for Viscous. People talking about Viscous is so funny. Does she be constantly in horny jail? Yeah, I agree with that, Kai. So sexy. I wish that was Boom Ballet. It's not. I should be constantly in. Yes, you should, Doc. I do agree with that for you too. Different reasons for you. Yuri. Who else is Yuri? This song in my brain. I see who this bitch is now. I didn't know that was him. I've only... Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy seeing who he voices. That's what fucking thought. Get the tubes tie. Stop the ovulation. When I get to... Ooh, dear God, hopefully, God. Oh, sadly. Oh. Damn. What is this one? Stop switching. I'm gonna fight. I don't want Conan Gray. Game Boy I can deal with. Unfortunate news for the men. Unfortunate. The horny police will never take me. Eat a dick, Kappa. Damn. Damn, you should. Fuck you, you can never get me. Who the frick? Yeah. Oh, was my friend met me? Ah, yes. Today's episode of Sarah Speaking English. Ooh, that's a boy and a playboy and about you. Anyways, what I was gonna say, I really want to say the gas suit now, because it said gas. The new DVD killer is Thai folklore, and she's great. She's a really pretty woman who just hides in a little pretty woman body, and then comes out it as a dismembered head that floats with her little organs out. And specifically DVD, her little intestines are her weapons, and she just goes whew, 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 whew. She's very slay. I love her very much. And she stabs them with her little intestines. Specifically, her large intestines, because those are at the bottom. I love her. I love her so much. I hate the way that she picks the body back up with the intestines. Just like, okay, it's gonna like shimmy myself back in here. We're like, this is why we gotta play Late Night DVD. Smash Starman's twink demon ass, you know? I would agree, Pseudo. I would agree. I like Paige, but man, characters are slow projectile. Velocity kills me. Thanks, Ping. Oh, fair. Okay, that's real. I love Paige. I love Paige, but because I've had to play it very support based, which is fine. She's a very good support. That's what she do. Oh my god. I panic though because I'm always squishy characters. I always end up picking squishy characters. I don't know how I do that. And then I just cry because then I get obliterated instantly. And I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't want to be obliterated. I need to get off of this fucking intestines flying everywhere. The fucking Mori for her is so funny because she just stabs her intestine and then pops off the hair, and then it's just head, and the intestine's just like wiggling there. I'm like, she's just wiggling that thing. But about you. Also, I will say our option for today is literally play Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways DLC because I did not download Resident Evil 5. Hee. Oopsie. No, I could definitely tell you pick squishy characters based on solely off of your BG3 party comp. Yeah. I like those types of characters because I know how to build them well. And like, what the hell is this song? I don't want this. Tough luck. Hold on, I'll finish my thought in a second. We're just gonna go over here. We'll go to this one. Resident Evil 5 to play? I need a patch to play Resident Evil 5? It worked fine last time I played it. You didn't silly. Anyways, I know how to build those characters well in games, and I know how to build them well to like do heavy damage. So therefore, that's my brand. It's what I like, but I know what I'm doing. Am I still squishy? Absolutely. No, you pick a star, Galen. Short. Hey, I love Shadowheart so much. Hey, we had Karlach in the party. In my personal party. Can't say otherwise. I did have to bring out Karlach because I actually needed some beef. So I think we're exchanging somebody out for Karlach. I don't remember. It's been a while. Hades is like 5 pounds, right, Meow? The first one? I really want the second one. I think we have it in this family share. Yeah, we have it in the Steam family. I would like to buy it myself as well. I really want to play the second one, but I know I need to beat the first one. I just haven't beaten the first one. Meowdy, howdy, Max. How are you? I thought you had Gala. Okay, well, I didn't have that many options. And I don't hate Lae'zel, but I hate Lae'zel, so she's never going in the party. She's never to be step foot in the party. So our only options were those 3 for right meow. What time goes to your play? Yes, I did. It was really good. Just went on early access today. It's been out. Like, it hasn't been out, but it's been out. Wait, just went out of... No, went out of... Okay, I had to reread the sentence. I was like, it didn't go out on, like, early access. No, it escaped. It escaped the early access. Finally. I can't believe it's been in early access for that long. Because it's been a long time that it's been in that. I'm like, when did... Let's see. If I do this. I don't think anybody even in my Steam family has played it. Wait, what game? Hades 2? Hades 2. Let me click back to that. Great, thank you. Want to start reading my new manga? Yeah, you got a lot of manga. Hades nuts. Hey, you already... Yeah. Hades nuts. Yeah. To prepare for my trip tomorrow. Oh no, are you gonna take some manga on your trip? I'm doing good though, Max. I'm fighting through this week. I'm also gonna fight my Steam Deck, but you know it's fixed, so I can't fight it too much. Just gonna mildly fight it. So it says knowing that the fact she's lying because she has Halsin Will. Oh, I forgot about Will. If I may ask, one, I will say I don't have Halsin yet. Because he just left us. If I remember correctly, he just left us to help the Grove, because we haven't done that final Grove battle. Will, I forgot about him. I forgot about Will. There's no excuse for Will. Forgot about Will. Karlach. I thought we were bringing Karlach in. I'll have to open up that sometime, because I don't remember who was in. Because I know we were leveling up Karlach. But I only remember Karlach's fight when we bring Karlach up to where we find her and bring her up to kill the people. I know we had her for that. Lae'zel, she's just so bitchy. She just annoys the hell out of me. I love her so much. She does her character well. But I'm just like, Lae'zel, I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down and sit in that corner, please. We will be drinking, so I ended up forgetting about them probably. Oh, that's a mood. That's a mood, Max. That's fair. Don't risk it. Don't lose him. Just wait till you get back. Well, he's forgettable. I love Will, but I did forget about Will. I did kind of forget we do have him. There's, like I said, there's no excuse for the Will one. I just straight up forgot about him. That's a yikes. That's a big yikes. I really did just, forget about him just entirely being there. Halsin we don't fully have yet. Once we get Halsin, I wouldn't mind putting him in. I would like our old lady. She's a bad bitch. I would put her in. I would like, I want the lesbians. I will redo that fight for the lesbians over and over again because I cannot risk losing Isabel. Girl, you meaning her on her literal worst day of her life? Nothing can make her day worse? Yeah. And I said, calm down. I'm gonna go take Shadowheart with me. Jaheira? Into the jar? Yes. I love Jaheira. I would put her on my team any day. I would keep her with me all times. We can't afford to lose her. We can't afford to lose the lesbians because I love them so much. Oh. And we should be getting the dark elf. I forget her name, the bitch. I've never actually had her as an option before because I didn't realize I could. I'm gonna call it. Jordy's playing Overwatch 2. Sorry, just calling out. I will call out everybody. Damn girl, I put her on my God, put her on my face. You know that's real. A paladin? Oh, she's a paladin. I've never had her before. None of my friends played through, none of my own playthrough. We've always killed her. Didn't realize she was an option. So I didn't know she was a paladin. Interesting. Oh, she's a... Why can't I have... I should just actually download the mod so I can have everybody on my team. I need to figure out... I think Jordy modded it. Jordy modded it. I can ask him how he did it. Where's the Resident Evil? Or the evil that are residents. Yeah, I miss Halson though. I miss him so much. Option for the second act. And on if you're doing a good run. But that's so cool. I didn't even know she was an option. Simple, download Nexus Mod Manager. Yeah, see, I need to do that. I didn't even know I could do that. I need to figure out what I need for modding Resident Evil games. What was I gonna do? I need to text a friend really quick. It is her birthday. Now. Hope you are having an amazing day. It's so much and miss you. Have an amazing day. Why'd you cheer? Happy birthday, friend. Aww. Happy birthday, friend. It is her birthday. I love her so much. Do you guys ever get psyched out when it's your friend's birthday of just like double checking everywhere? Like it's their birthday, right? Like I'm getting it right? I just get so sidetracked. The cat sound sends me every time. I love that cat sound so much. That one and then my follow alert sound is one of my favorite ones. And it's just fucking Mr. Moist Critical's scream. I just stares on my face. Meow. That's what he says. Yeah. Yeah. I can tell you exactly what cat sound that is and exactly what video it's from. Treat yourself. No, that was supposed to be in caps. Treat yourself. Treat yourself today, girlie. Come on, lady. What am I? I need. Where's the emoji we want? We want the cute emoji. And by that, they like the widow eyes of me crying at her. Oh, there we go. Send. I have so many.
Wouldn't you?
I do love. Why are you shooting me, Pseudo? Should definitely be put into orange jail. Yeah, you're on one today. Not a bad one at all. It's completely funny and I enjoy it, so do not worry. My friend posted her another chip around the sun. She's so cute. Sugar. And my lady can. Oh, I love this girlie so much. I love her so much. She forgot about Resident Evil 5? Okay, you know, that's fair. You're so real for that. I didn't have an issue if didn't I fix it? Hold on. Where's my Resident Evil 5? I'm pretty sure I was able to, because I don't remember at all. I remember it not opening it. I remember it not opening. And then I looked it up, figured it out, fixed it. So I don't know if I have to fix it again, because this is the same computer. Me lurking because I haven't played Resident Evil 4. Remake DLC myself, so I'm gonna do that the way you really should play it.
Tiefling's breast milk tastes like horchata. Karluk has that warm horchata on TAP.
Why did it say horchata? It didn't say horchata. Not even horchata, if it wants to say it wrong. It said horchata. Hi, Junior. How are you? The horchata? So she's like cinnamon and spicy. Horchata. Not even orcata. Horchata. It called all of the tieflings whores. Let me do your roll. Let's see, how are you today? You're doing good. 16, 15, and a nat 20. You're doing amazing, Junior. Where are the songs I want? What's on my repeat? Nothing has changed on my repeat, but I do really want this song. Dark elves taste like mushrooms, I believe. That's interesting. Hi, Fire. How are you? Good, I guess. I didn't even know. You're doing amazing. That's all that matters. Have you heard Pikachu version of this? No, I haven't. This. Where things across the Atlantic? Warm. It's very warm today still. We have not cooled down at all. Any songs? Why, yes, you do. I love getting songs from you guys. Please don't tell me I have a bug bite on my arm. I got bug bites on my legs as I was cooking. It was very rude. When did I last play this? 2024. Yes. I didn't know I could open that. Okay. I don't remember how, but I know I had to. I've never played the DLC for Resident Evil 5, actually. Do I have the DLC for the original Resident Evil 4? Or is that just part of it? Probably just part of it since it's sold. For a happy dance, as you should. John Wick and Resident Evil 4. Quite funny. He. Why did that go back? I'm gonna find my stream deck. I'll have you guys know. It works. And it's fine. But I swear to God. Yes. If I click it to none. Hey. Well, I may switch profile when the stream deck close. And the following. So if I close this. Oh, I might have fixed it. I think by clicking that, it like activated it and went into sicko mode. Where does this turn down? What volume does this turn this down? Oh, it turns it down there. Oh, interesting. Okay. Those images are awful. I figured it out. Had a DLC that wasn't outfits? Outfits and Mercs and more? Yeah, Resident Evil 5 had a DLC. It's the opening of what happened to Jill and Chris before Resident Evil 5. Seeing my favorite art. Oh, you're seeing your favorite. Oh my God, it's happening, Junior. I didn't realize how close that was. Blah, blah. I love this song. I love this song so much. I go away from there. I played both. Yeah, I have seen the DLC, but I don't think I've ever like actually myself played it. I don't think I have. Also, my coffee's green, just so you guys know. So it looks funny. Delicious and nutritious. Tastes like coffee. My knees. When is their concert? Their concert's coming up. Okay, now I'm sitting proper. I'm sitting like a normal human. This is quite disturbing. I don't like sitting like a normal human. In all my years of being a human, I don't like to sit like a normal human. Even in class, I like... It's just like that nervous itch of like, I need to crunch my legs. The one where Jill and Chris... the one where Chris and Josh trying to... Jill and Josh trying to escape. It's the one that's Wesker, bang, bang. Forever and always will quote my friend on that. That is the funniest thing I've ever fucking heard. Man, that whole DLC is a fucking spoiler. You are actually blessed. I love that song. But yeah. Don't spoil me, queen. I won't. I was just thinking about it. I was like, how do I word this? I'm like, I don't think I can word it all. But it is Jill and Chris on their... Yeah, they're still part of Basa. On their Basa mission. And it all goes wrong. Oh my god, those beans. I showed you guys this little dumb figure that I got. It's a little cat. There's little beans. It's blurry for you guys, but you can see the color. There's little beans at the bottom. They fucking colored the beans. I didn't even know she had beans at the bottom. Do you sit properly? He's an urge to sit by 6. I just had that nervous itch because I gotta crunch my legs. Ow, that hurt to itch my arm like that. I will not spoil you though. No spoilers here. I'll color your bean. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? You have some good comebacks though today. Don't make a joke out of that one. Don't you dare do it. I ain't got no clue. We'll figure it out. I should put this on my Sonic. I have 3 coasters stacked on top of each other. I'm okay. I'm okay. I hope everyone's fine. Dude, I'm so glad my friend messaged me back. I need to try to get rid of my shifts. I want to participate in the 48-hour film festival so fucking badly. So fucking badly. And I got an offer. So I'm like, shit, I got an offer. Impulsively opened up another webpage, not the one I actually was trying to go to. So now I guess I gotta try to get rid of these shifts. But next. Which might be hard. But I really want to participate in that. You know who has the best comeback? Wonderful, Duck. Wonderful. We should get you on the stage, Duck. We got to get you on the stage. Comedy night. You got some prime comedy right there. I need to know by Monday. Sorry, that's me repeating things in my little brain. Okay. Do I want to work tomorrow? I do want to work tomorrow. I do want to work tomorrow. At least in that video, she gets... At least she does exactly what you said. Okay, I'll have to figure this out. I don't know where I'm clicking. I also got to sign into this website. We're just gonna do that. And we'll start the game soon. Cause okay, I do need to watch how long I stream today because I got told. No. So I can't stream super long today. So we are going to try to finish all of. We're gonna fucking Kai. We got a mission. We got a mission today. We are finishing this goddamn thing. That wasn't my joke. That's Chris Pratt. I hate Chris Pratt so much. I hate Chris Pratt so much. I'm opening up the fucking game so I can fix everything, okay? We gotta do it. I impulsively did immediately open up the game when I said that. I just need to fix everything for it first. And make sure everything, like, works and is connected. I believe in us. We're staying locked in today. I don't need to get any achievements done, even though my body says, achievements. I can just play it another time. I want us to play Village so badly, but to get to Village, we need to at least play 7. You know how Mr. Crane was going into sicko mode yesterday, of just like he literally like args like that? That's how I fucking feel about Village. I'm like, I need Village so badly. So badly. I need it so badly. I need this in my veins. We will get slightly distracted. And by that, I mean, I hit the credits, I'll be honest. I hit the credits on accident. You guys aren't seeing anything because you're not supposed to. We do have the option for her outfits. We have 3, technically. Her OG, the dress she was in, and her undercover dress from Resident Evil 2. Personally, I think we all liked the dress. I think she slays quite a lot in that dress. My little ears are so overwhelmed. About that tradition. 6 and 7 at the top of the passion. I jumped in the waiting. Okay, I'm attempting to get there. I'm attempting to get there, and I literally mean attempting. I was fighting the game. Okay, it put me back in the game. I keep tapping out and it keeps putting me back in. But what about it? That's not an option. I'm sorry. We don't have that mod installed because there is a mod for that. Okay, if I just click this. Okay. I need that to be unmuted. We can unmute that now. I'm gonna immediately. Okay, I just didn't click it. Go in the game. It literally said too bad. You're gonna be in the game. We also need to change the stream. Hold on. I'm doing everything out of order because I jumped the gun. I was like, we need to get this done today. And my brain said, oh, we need to get this done today? Okay, we're gonna get this done today. I'm like, well, we didn't follow any of the steps we were doing. Didn't change the fucking category. Didn't fucking unmute the game. Wasn't even on the game. Didn't collect my Kai. Didn't do anything. Okay, silence for the womp. Hold on. Womp. Did I click on the wrong thing in the game?
I didn't help me.
Okay. Oh, now continue. Okay. Everything started clicking everywhere. I'm like, wait. Everything was going so wrong. The need of like literally saying like, okay, we're gonna get this done, and then I just started clicking everything to open. I was like, whoa, things are happening too fast.
Oh, you're getting it done.
Yeah, I guess so. We're gonna make everybody.
No choice. You will get it done.
We're just gonna put Leon in as casual. We're gonna make everybody silly.
Oh, we have to.
Oh well, those are cool glasses. He needs. He's getting the sporty glasses.
Wait. Can that be an eye patch? Can we put him in the eye patch?
Okay, we have the option of these stupid ass. Okay, so we have him. We're gonna have him in the casual fit. So this is the casual fit. It's gonna be absolutely atrocious. Yeah. It can get me done. I'm getting you done. Damn. Anyway, so there's the sunglasses, these stupid sporting ones. Where is the? Oh, that's. I thought that said eye patch. That says flight cap. That was one off. Do we want the eye patch? It's gonna be so stupid an eye patch with the casual.
Yes.
Oh my
It's
god.
looking silly. This silly includes I need to put on the silliest eye patch I've ever seen in my life.
Yes. Ashley's gonna be in her casual, which apparently her casual is an emo fit. This is her true colors.
You know what? You know what, Ashley? We love you for that.
We love her. And she's also getting the cat eye sunglasses.
Pretty.
I don't think I don't know, I have to go back to the fucking main menu to go to the bonuses. I don't think I can apparel. I don't think there's any other outfits I can get for anybody. No. Separate Ways. Do we have them all? Oh, we can get more sunglasses for Ada. Those ones are kind of cool.
We can get more sunglasses.
They do absolutely nothing for her. Oh, these ones are cool. Oh, wait, these are... Oh, I already have them. They're purchased. Is there anything useful I can purchase? It's a weapon model. That's not useful for me at all. The answer is actually nah. Costume for Wesker?
Nuh-uh.
Nah.
I need my silly little bongo cat up.
Yes! I think he looks weirdly badass with the iPad. Start extras. There's one other person I would like to like put. Do these glasses even have glass? Or are they just asses?
You don't need it.
These they're just asses. We can make her blonde. That's like a very dirty blonde. We're not gonna make her blonde. That seems illegal. We have one more. Ooh, results. Hardcore overall B. Isn't bad. New game. Standard.
There's a B?
Oh, okay. We're immediately starting now. I didn't have to change any. There's a B? Make who blonde? Ada. We can make them quite silly. There's a bee. See, okay, fire. We can make them.
What's B? There's a B.
There's a bee. We can make them really silly. Except I have to be actually good at the game because the final like apparel. Silence in the chat for Luisa's dance. Sorry, where I forgot this about. She was about to show it down. I hear the clapping starting in the music. He's so stupid.
What is happening?
He's about to dance.
What do you mean he's about to dance?
He's about to dance. He's about to dance. I don't know why. Somebody's being murdered and he's literally dancing. God, it starts like this. Oh my god, Louise is so stupid. Yeah, fuck it up. That was beautiful. Beautiful, bestie. Beautiful. Beautiful, bestie. Thank you very much for that show.
Beautiful bestie.
Oh my god. Sir, that man's dead. Don't talk to the dead man like that. Oh my god. I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Oh, we could put cat ears on them. I just have to actually be good at the game. Why is he making that face?
I'm sorry, I got too distracted with the
fucking
dancing.
No, you're totally right. Dude, I forgot about oh, and he's going on again. He's doing it again.
I forgot what I'd done on my controller. I got flashbanged. Why is he dancing? Please stop. What's happening?
He's so weird. Ooh, ginger ones are always cute. Blonde Asians are very pretty. I feel like it would suit Ada. Anything would suit Ada. Even nothing.
Ada is very pretty. The women are very pretty.
Women pretty.
Never need it
Women.
just before they grab me.
Women. Women. My pleasure. Why, thank you, sir. We have places to be. Unfortunately, we have no time to lollygag. Bye, Louise. I hear Squeaky.
Oh, hey, one of my streamers is playing Silent Hill.
No, Amber.
Hell yeah.
I can't wait. We're gonna play that next week. I'm so excited. I can't believe it came out at like 8 or 10 at night.
I don't know. Yet.
It unpacked
I love
itself,
it.
but
All women
women.
and Garrus.
Yeah. Yeah. And Gavash. Wouldn't suit Ada? I would be a downgrade for Ada too. Only
We've got company. They're looking for
top
us.
tier for Ada.
We're taking the high road. Got it?
I can't even
Understood.
look at Ada.
I play with my eyes closed while playing as Ada. The way she wraps it around his waist. Poor Luis gets manhandled by Ada and Leon.
Arriba y listo.
Oh, he likes it.
He does. This boy's living our dreams. Oh yeah, I forgot about that big bitch. The council comes to speak to us.
Touch
The
Amber.
council.
We'll meet up later.
Hi, Luis.
No. Sorry, what kind
Oh,
of a
that's not
man leaves a lady?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of manly? Oh.
Then we meet at the church. Let's not
Sorry.
make it a funeral, eh?
He's so
Get
ugly.
sexual. It's me. I know he's sticky. Oh. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to try to skip the cutscene. I just already was holding.
Like a bug on him.
He had a tracking device, except I don't know how he didn't feel that
Yeah.
tracking device because it's a whole disc. It's a whole air tag.
I was gonna say, like, that was like, they like fully air tagged him.
So I just see Doc. Just you shut your whore mouth. But Ada deserves top tier, okay?
Yeah,
I almost just say I almost said I may be top, but I'm not that. Ada deserves even better. Oh no, she got stabbed by the goo.
Ew.
Oh, good heavens. I don't remember how to beat him. Oh, good heavens, that's not how you beat me. Please. No. Eep. Oh, I didn't even need to evade. I just ran. Can I hit him?
Who
Can I
needs
hit
to
him?
evade
I can't
when
hit
you
him.
can
I can't hit him.
Run away.
Can I hit him? Oh, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. It was so bright.
Oh.
This is all
Where is he? Oh, someone.
Me.
I have to.
Yeah, I found you.
Doc is pulling you a bottom.
Did I? What? No, you know me very well. Okay, thank God. Thank God. I hate that fight so much. The first time I ever played this was in professional, so I was going through it a little bit. They're squeaky. I hear it.
and stay gone.
Anyways, that's the beginning of the end for Ada. I just need to collect some of these things also because this is the way we're not supposed to be going, but going. Oh my God. We went into this with such high energy. Oh, it's a fucking
Sorry,
phone call.
I turned on
Come
my
in.
controller
Louise hit the
because
Amber, but I've sent
I
him
like
to
to
retrieve
fidget with my controller, my broken one, and I just immediately
Control,
get
do you copy?
flashbanged by a bright light hitting me in the face.
I love that so
several
much.
times.
We ran into some unexpected
just
trouble.
like,
I love it. It's Mr. Whisker! Mr. Whiskers!
Louise is already en route to the church. I'm tracking him every step of the way.
Very well.
7
Then I
7
suggest you
minutes.
hurry.
Copy.
Sorry. Oh my God. Okay, when I was playing Deadlock yesterday, I almost killed somebody, and by that they were one shot, maybe 100 health. Oh, not the drift veil. The drift veil kicking in perfectly timed. I did come back in the building immediately. I went back in here so fast just to see if I could find any loot.
Hey, so headphones, did you just turn on a specific thing?
Headphones said,
Headphones,
I
what the
want
fuck
you
did you do?"
to listen to this. I want you to listen to this. Hey, bud.
Headphones turn on noise cancelling, and I could suddenly hear my thoughts and the pressure building up in my ears.
They said, actually, I cast manual
Why
thoughts.
did you do that? It's like a slider, and the slider wasn't.
It said, actually, you want this.
It's like, actually,
don't
you
care,
want
don't
your
care,
noise to be
I don't
cancelled,
care.
and I'm like, no, I do
It said,
not.
cancel you this. Anyways, we're super secret agent Ada.
Noise.
Um,
She's pretty.
she's so pretty. She's so pretty. She's so
That's where I need to
pretty.
go.
She's so fucking pretty.
No. But the beast was really fun. I do really like it a lot. I probably won't be playing it too much here because we're playing Silent Hill F.
What that is?
That was the agenda yesterday, and that decided to come out at 8 o'clock at night.
F.
F you
F
Silent
in the
Hill.
That
chat.
looks dangerous. Better
F in the
check
chat for
carefully.
no Silent Hill
F in the
yesterday.
chat for Silent Hill.
Okay, so all I need to look at, Miss Ada. Well, yes. I don't know what the frick I was saying. Who was running valid tactics? Shut up, Mr. Whiskers. Valid tactic? Valid tactic,
Hey, is
yeah.
considered calling her by her name?
Sharag.
Have you considered calling
I kill
Ada
this
by her
bitch?
name?
Ada? Wong?
Like, he doesn't. No,
No,
what
he's a bitch ass. That's why I call him Mr. Whiskers.
I
He's
know.
so mean.
I know.
It's because he has this superiority complex. Like, I'm better. I can make it worse by saying, oh, good heavens, other things.
I'll need to disable.
Hey. Ada, you're on fire.
It's just I could make it worse by saying, "Oh."
Oh, whoa. I want to see her kick, but I cannot afford to kick in this economy because there's fire.
Fights.
Ada, why is there yellow here? Oh, jump down? Yes, Ada. Anything for you, Ada? I forget. Like, I, of course, need to loot things and everything, but I need to stay focused. And by focused, I need to not be like, I'm just gonna go run over here.
Stay focused.
My brother, please. Brother, please. That was a personal shot I just did on that bitch. I didn't even kill her.
Personal. Good lord.
Eek. Just fuck you.
Kicked my guy.
Yeet. I don't know how I didn't catch on
So
fire.
what is there with them both doing backflips?
You know, at least Ada's a secret agent. She deserves to.
Yeah, but
Oh, that was so cool.
it's a fucking
He learned from Krauser,
backflip.
and we saw how he fought.
Well, maybe he picked it up along the way.
Has the button to shoot and stab them. Sarah decides to just stab them. Yes. Ow.
Don't do that, silly.
Ow. I probably could have taken them out, but I didn't. Ada, shift. Ada, shift. Please, Ada, shift.
Trying.
You know, there probably are things I left over there, but we've begun the focus. Okay, that was rude.
Focus.
Fuck yeah, chicken strips. Ada, climb! Okay, Ada. Oh. Ada F.
Ada, I believe in you, Ada.
Ada, reload. Oh, Ada, we should aim at the... Okay, hold on, Ada. Okay. Hold on, we're turning. Oh!
Don't do that.
That really fucking hurt. This is personal.
Nothing personal.
Ada just said nothing personal. Ada, that was everything personal.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The timing of that. Ma'am, it was everything personal. Oh, I can't. I don't know why I try to jump over that ledge. I'm just gonna pick up whatever I can. Rage Monarch? No, I can't. We just started streaming. You want me to leave? Is that what you're telling me?
Almost out of here.
That's not what you're telling me at all. Okay, I'm just putting words into your mouth.
You want me to leave?
No! Ash, baby. That beginning section probably took me 30 minutes when I first played it.
It took like 2.5.
Hold on. Results? Literally 7 minutes. 7? Anyways,
7?
reacting calmly.
7 minutes was sleep as well.
I can think of things that better things than mama. I couldn't even say it right.
He wants me to retrieve the amber.
Oh, hydrate? Oh my god, why yes. Why yes.
What terrible actions will be done in its name? And who
What
will
are we
pay its
looking at,
double
Ada?
cost? Because in this world, someone always pays.
She looks so funny when she just zooms across the screen. They're gonna build a dinosaur. Okay, that's why they have the amber. They're gonna build a dinosaur.
Made my peace
I
with
love
it
how she just goes
until that one
Meow.
raccoon city changed everything.
can tell somebody had fun animating that.
Yeah.
Meow.
Need a cold shower, really horny. The way that's typed, I was just like, man, really horny today. Man. Odd. They're gonna create Jurassic Park. We need to stop them. Separate Ways. More like Jurassic Park. Why does she hold it like that?
Point now.
Like, does it have a camera on it?
Increased movement from Los Eliminados.
Because
Don't
then
be careless.
Leon takes calls and holds it up to his head.
Yeah, why does
Copy.
she hold it?
Ada
Like,
out.
Like, I assume it has a camera on it because we see her
well then
on ours.
someone's just gonna be like, someone's just gonna be like seeing like very in detail of his ear. Then if he holds it up like a regular phone.
Yeah, because I'm like, he doesn't hold it up like how she holds it up. Oh, don't bounce your body like that, sir. You want any trinkets over here? You want any trinkets? Twinkets for us? Yeet.
I love how Ada sneaks around. It's just so silly.
It is.
It's like how I imagine like a vampire to walk.
Especially her being in the dress.
Yeah.
Yippee-ki-yay! Oh, Ada! Okay. Ada, I didn't mean for you to kick him, but I guess that worked. That's Sorry, that's what he just said. But I only heard the ending of it. I literally kicked him in the ass.
Cut his dick off.
What weapons do we have, Ada? Holy shit!
I don't know. I eated them.
Don't do that. There's banging on one of the doors and it's very scary. I need
Why
to stab
are you
him.
banging?
I don't know, it's banging.
It puts
Why
the
is it
lotion
banging on
on
stream,
the
no
skin.
I don't know, but I have to go try. Sorry. I initiated the horror fiend.
The horror.
It put
Horror. I'm not gonna lie, that change scared me too. It was swinging. Horror.
Oh, hey, a chest! Oh my god, trinkets!
Oh, a bomb.
Trinkets?
Trinkets.
Is that another place to store my trinkets?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me calmly get this green herb while nothing's happening.
I love
Before
some
everything
trinkets.
happens. I love me trinkets. And that means we can sell the trinkets to our favorite person. It actually has to pull her communicator out to use it. Leon is Bluetooth. But like, we get picture of her.
Quiet's gonna miss it.
What a warm welcome.
Sorry, I apologize for screaming like that. There was no. Oh my god, he threw a fucking axe at me! No! He's making his way down.
No, I'm just sad that Quiet's gonna miss the merch.
It's okay. We'll get. I wanna
work today. He's got to till closed.
Where am I? Move out of my way, bitches.
Hey, so why did you use Ada to punch a man instead of
I don't know.
beating the shit out of him?
Bless you.
So sorry.
What was that? I heard that noise. Oh, her neck broke. Don't worry about it. Yeah. That's the early stages of the little guy. Hey, you stop that.
I got a blue sapphire.
I guess our... Oh. Sorry, sir. Sorry, busted your head. You know, I think I just want to run.
Money.
I am. Oh, hey, that was quite rude.
That's good. Can we do the mini games to then gamble with Ada?
I believe so.
Wait, no, we cannot.
Oh, you're so right.
Cannot.
Brother, we must stay focused.
We're not allowed. We can't get trinkets.
We can't get
We need to
trinkets.
stay
We
focused.
can't. The screen.
I'm seeing quite the crowd here.
See, she has a screen, so she sees him, but like
I wonder
Leon
what has
doesn't.
them so riled
But
up.
damn, she just
Couldn't have
stepped
picked a
on
worse
that.
time.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just watched how she stepped on it in the middle of doing.
I've read the file. I'll see what I can do.
It shows us on the communicator. He's just not. But like, why isn't he looking at the communicator when that's what he could be looking at? You know? I'm glad you enjoyed the Scream Junior.
Well, I think he's a little bit
Stupid?
silly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say stupid, but then I thought better of it because it's Leon.
And then I just said it.
Leon! Leon!
Somebody cast me as Ashley. It'll be really fun. I'm just gonna scream all day. Pew, pew, pew,
Somebody
pew.
cast me as Ashley just so I can get into precarious situations where Leon has to save me. And
Leon! Leon! That's it. No formal communication. Excuse me.
who needs other words?
You don't get a move.
Just go, Leon!
Dead. Yeet. Yeet.
Explode.
Explode.
Exploded.
Yeah, who's next? I dare ya. Come on. No, you wait for your friends. I said wait for your friends. Wait a little bit longer. Actually, wait 1 second. Okay, there we go. This is a very weird experience just running around. Are you asshole?
You get to loot everything after Leon stole everything else.
Honestly, literally, he's not
Get
saving us
Leon's
anything.
leftovers here. Yeah.
What do you...
All you get is money.
Yeet.
A clean strike.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're killing the villagers because they're trying to kill us first.
That sounds so stupid. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. They're, you
It's
know,
okay, they're trying to kill us first.
yeah. It's fine. It's
No,
fine.
They're infected with the last plagas.
Let's plug us.
We gotta shoot at them.
Yeah, they're trying to kill
The
us.
door.
I didn't mean to.
This isn't the way
I didn't mean to. So yeah, it's not a war crime. Trust me.
No.
Hello,
Is
pig.
that just a...
Excuse
hello,
me.
pig. I saw a cow and I got distracted by the cow and then...
Yeah, there was a
pig.
cow. And then there's another pig. There's a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we must remember we must collect some trinkets so that we can make some money and we
can't
make the
infect
merchant happy.
Let's plug us to the... We can't, in fact, let's plug us to the cow. They never show us
We
what it looks
can't.
like.
It is Ada! Ada McQueen! She has her fancy glasses on and we kept her in the
She's
dress!
so pretty. She's so pretty.
She... Don't you dare. Don't you dare. And don't... Oh, hold on. You can dare, but don't.
You can dare, but just don't, please.
Whoa. Whoa there, buddy. I don't actually need to kill you guys, but... I don't know, you tested me. Okay, they died. They deaded. I deaded them. Money is overrated. I agree with that. But we must sell our trinkets to the merchant.
No, we need money for the merchant.
Dare I think not. Exactly what I was telling them. But unfortunately, they dared to think. They had a single thought. Like, oh.
I'm not surprised.
I need to see the iPad. I need to see the iPad.
It's busy.
Oh, I didn't. I was so excited. I was like Leon, and then I saw his jacket.
Oh no.
Oh man, her strut.
This way looks promising.
Wow. Wow. We.
Sorry, I was just looking.
Somebody just moved a chair in my house.
I was staring.
That's okay. Somebody moved something in my house, and I was like, huh? Oh no, box. Box. Blue. Hey, blue.
Box.
Oh, okay. It's not blue. I shoot. It's a blue paper.
Blue.
Blue. We must take paper. Wait, blue.
Blue.
Wait. That's not maps.
Blue.
Cliff. Did you know this was Cliff? Just in case you didn't know.
Did you know this was
Cliff.
Cliff? Who's Cliff?
I know.
What did Cliff do to you?
Ow! We walk. No, we run.
Walk the cliff of life.
Oh, oh. Yes, that bitch.
What did the crow do to you?
He gave me ammo. Oh.
So you shooted him.
Yes. The bell rang today. It has been so long since I heard that. It's been so long since I heard that sound. The ringing is the call of our Lord. The whole village congregated in the church to listen. You know, that's all I'm gonna say. I cannot wait until the bell tolls again. Blue. Oh, it is the sweet, glorious blue.
Blue. I don't know if you know this, but
Blue. 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 Don't you dare shoot me. Blue.
oh,
It was blue paper for blue medallion. Why are you running at me like that, sir? Yeet. Oh, I thought I could kick him off the ledge. Well, now we must look for blue. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I cut off Ada.
Next.
I just paused it right when she was talking. Okay, Miss Ada, we are looking for blue. Blue. I feel like I don't have my glasses on, but I feel like an extra blind person looking for it because it's.
may I suggest
one job
you
done.
put your glasses on?
I think I will.
I know I sound like a hypocrite, but I think you should go and put your glasses on.
I still wouldn't have been able to see those. Ooh, ee, ah. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ching, chang, ah, baby. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ting, ting, wanna, baby. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ching, chang. Wanna, baby. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, ting, wanna, baby.
May I suggest the Scatman?
I'm a scat man, skibidi dum 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 skibidi dum 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 dum. It's just like the slow mumbles from me, not even properly singing it.
No, I was raving in my head to your rendition of the Scatman. It's okay.
Okay, so what?
I looked at that for a moment. Okay, now we're gonna try to get to. Oh god, I hate when it's in. I just do that, and there we go. Okay, and then is it that one? I think it's that one. Oh yeah, it's that one. I'm good. I'm good at the game. Did I do the blue? I shot out the blue. Trees.
Please.
Hey, look, we're in the church. ¿Dónde está? Hi, how you doing? ¿Dónde está? Me llamo Ada. I literally know how to speak these words without my toe. Oh. Sorry, this is my house now, excuse me.
What have you considered?
Have you considered somebody's at my door?
Saying I'm funny.
My D-O-R-E!
The D-O-R-E.
Get out of here!
The door.
This is my house.
Why are they breaking into your house like that?
That's what I'm saying. How dare they think that this is their house and village?
Evil.
I brought out the big guns for that.
Resident Evil Village? You should have asked you.
I did, okay. They were laying on the floor, all splayed out.
Yeah.
They asked for it.
Ass in the air.
Yeah.
Had to shoot it.
Exactly. Had to.
She's so pretty.
Yes, I'm sorry. The compulsions begin. They have begun. Surprised you know you from what just like reading that normally is so funny. I'm surprised you know ooh ee ooh from Head Cocktail Trio. Just reading out the ooh ee ooh Yeah, that was a banger of a song.
Sounds like you could use those.
Witch Doctor? All of those? I love it. Ooh ee ooh ting tang, bang bang.
I used to
Ooh ee
watch one with my
ting ting,
parents.
bang. Ooh ee ooh ting tang, bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ting ting, bang bang. Yeah, as you should.
Use silly songs that I grew up with.
Yes.
By silly songs that I grew up with, I mean like club remixes.
Are we gonna get to hear him say it again? Yes, as you should. It's a fucking eye patch. I see it in the reflection. Tenemos. She can ring. You're so right, Coco. She could ring my bell any day. He looks so stupid. Not Leon having to wait for us to ring the bell while he's fighting for his life. Leon!
He really does. Fucking stupid.
He looks so fucking atrocious.
Don't worry,
Oh, she looks amazing though.
We do this.
First time's free? Oh, well, don't worry, I'll pay every time, ma'am. Man, I'm slow as fuck playing these games. Cause like that we're getting through, I feel like this fast. Ooh, sorry, that's stuck in my
getting
head.
through this fast.
We just lost
Look,
Lewis's
Mr.
signal.
Whiskers.
Somewhere in the vicinity of the forest. Expect the worst.
That's near Mendez.
Where?
He has a house there. Could be worth taking a look.
I'll see what I can find from my end.
Wesker's like everybody in every horror game that I play. It's like, hey, do this. Oh, actually, go do this. Oh, can you do this? Oh, do this. Ada, do this. Ada, do that. Not ever. How are you, Ada?
It's always where's Ada and not how's Ada.
Yeah. God damn. I have it also. Oh, hey, they resurrected from the ground. Oh, hey, residents. Oh, they're going to church. You don't want to be late for church.
Yeah.
I too have it stuck in my head, fire. So I did it to myself. Is anything over there? We have our mans.
Stranger. So what are you buying?
It will never be stuck in my head because you know what's stuck in my head?
Picked quite the place to set up shop.
What?
Miku.
Miku,
Aye. And look what it
the perfect rendition of it. It sounds exactly like her.
Welcome, stranger.
Oh, he said it. He's flashing us.
Done deserves payment in kind. Got some rare things on sale. Oh, I knew you'd choose that one.
Oh, he can flash us all he likes. No, he's not allowed to flash us yet. Not yet. Because Quiet's not hit.
That
You're
would
right.
Work if I did. Where's
I can't buy anything? Oh, I want that gun so bad.
All your life. Easy.
Ooh, I have some charms already. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ting, tang. Oh, those are charms I can buy.
Try that on for Stone.
Okay, hold on, sir. I pressed all the wrong buttons. I was pressing the button to open up stuff for fucking,
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale. Well,
Dying Light. My evil sexy quest giver. I fucking love Wesker. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money.
won't do you much good in the grave.
Damn.
I don't have. Maybe I.
Yes, we
Now
gotta
go and
fight.
cause some
I guess I do. I need a user. Because I want the sniper and everything, but I straight up do not have money. I hear that. The sweet jingles. Oh, it's a fucking velvet. Master, if you pay some thought, usually say, easy roll, let me go. Master, I beg you, please, is there a way to escape this hobo? Huh? Rather interesting. Okay, so we need more jewels. If we can find stuff that has... we did... Oh, there is something left at the church. Don't do it. I don't need to go back. We don't need to collect everything. I just need to collect a few so that we can build stuff. What if I collect everything? Don't do it. We don't need it. We don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
We don't need it.
We don't need it. We do need these boxes.
We don't need the trinkets.
We don't. You're so right. We don't need it.
Oh, it's a duplicate hat.
Oh, I never opened up my Pokemon cards.
You gotta.
Oh, shit. We're here. I say that as I'm opening up Pokemon.
Yeah.
I hate that, Ada, don't. Ada, I'm uninstalling apps, Ada. Oh, Jesus Christo. I haven't said that one in a while. Even in my day-to-day life. Day-to-day life. I missed a whole word in that sentence. Something that scared me. That was a genuine fear scream. I want to kick you, bitch. Is he gone? You're not real. You're not real. It's you. Ah.
Damn.
He sends fakes at us. Oh, you're real? Oh, I still need to dodge them, but they're not real. But they're... it's not the one to shoot. Ow, when they enemy me, it's so unfair. You're such a bitch.
Well, that's mean.
Ooh. That ooh was me realizing I was stuck behind a fence. Ooh. Oh, I'm just pressing E. I'm just pressing E. I'm just pressing E and running. Hey, you know, I'm a little stressed. Just gonna heal. Yay!
Looks like that was effective.
That was effective, kicking him in the chest? E? I'm pressing E again. I'm scared.
The fog. It's getting thicker.
E. Oh, there's someone next to me. Ah, there's somebody behind me! I need to stop screaming like that. I don't know what's compelled me in such a way to. Oh, Jesus Christ! The funny tickle in my little brain. Oh, I can stab him?
He's so mean.
That's so cool, Ada. Damn, she's so hot.
Oh, she is so hot.
Oh, wait, can I like... Oh. I can! I mean, I can't deflect that one. Okay, there we go. I just shot him through him. I hate this buy. This. Ada, I'm sorry.
She's so pretty.
She's so pretty. Where's my Pokemon? What's that stupid audio? Like, the fucking my head hurts. I need ibuprofen. Oh shit, I'd hope nobody heard my Pokemon noises.
What is wrong with me?
It's okay. I did not hear your
Nothing,
Pokemon
Ada.
noises.
I can fix you. I see.
She
Well,
can fix me.
yeah.
Flesh.
She can also make me worse. You know, perfectly
Mind.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I will take whatever. Oh, could I have... Yippee! I have a pack ready to open, but I have more important things to do. Like loot this place. Okay, anyways, I'm opening up a pack now. We got Traveling Merchant. She's so cute. We got the Teddy
She's so
Ursa.
cute.
Teddy Ursa.
It's a bear.
He's with the bear. I know, ma.
bear.
Miltank. That's such a weird one. Craigonol.
It has nipples.
It does. That's awesome. It's so weird.
Does.
It's a little.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
He's not ugly. The rest of him is kind of cute, but that little portion of him,
It's the fact that they gave her nipples. Miltank are always female because their whole thing is they give milk.
which, like, you know, okay, then yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I'll pass.
I
And
think I'll pass.
Tauros will always be male.
I don't like that very much.
Because they're counterparts.
They will not. No. I hit the wall.
No, don't do that.
You ran straight into it. Just trying to. Hi, chicken.
Don't do
Drop me
that,
some
silly.
egg. Please drop egg. That's a nice. Ow.
Egg.
We must gather egg.
Ow.
This is the only time we will severely. Please don't jump out of there. Please don't jump out of there. I am so freely looting all of these boxes, knowing damn well. Nobody? Nobody? Okay. In 7, I need to fear for my life because Lucas is a bitch. I don't need to go up there. Don't do it.
7.
7. 7 minutes.
Won't budge.
It's just brain rot at this point.
It is. It's horrible. The one night playing Headliners with all my friends, they had to suffer my brain rot. I wasn't even super like bad that night. It was just that there was a slight echo, and it was funny because then I could hear the little echo of the voice, which I could have turned off, but it was so funny, and I just continuously in the lobby was just ow, 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 because then it would echo. And I'm like, funny noise. Ow, 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 ow. Is there anything going? Ow. So that's all I was doing. And then I was saying some other stuff too. I got,
I'm sorry, but if you do it, my brain, I have to do it.
yeah.
And then if you do it, and then I have to do it.
Yeah. It's just it's the echo. Ow. Ow, ow. Oh, lick, licky.
Voila.
That's the. It's not lick-a-ton. I was gonna say that. I was like, wait.
Like that.
I got.
He likes licking things.
Infernate, but the EX shiny. He's very shiny. He's got a bra on.
Yeah, he do.
He has
He's supposed to
a
be like a wrestler type of thing.
It's cute. Someone's fighting in there. Who must it be?
Leon!
Yeah, that whole beginning portion of the game. We just did it all.
The gift.
Yeah.
What gift? His eye patch. His eye patch is covering the eye. Oh my god. That paired with the
Beautiful.
with the stupid, because you can see his arm in this one, but with the pinstripe, every time it's just like, what are you talking about? I see nothing.
Oh my god, we could have had that eye patch with a fucking pinstripe.
We could have. That would have been so funny.
Oh, we could have.
My blood? Yes, Leon, your blood.
Mm-hmm.
The big cheese. I
I'm
just
sorry
like.
if it picks it up. I have a lollipop.
It's fine. It didn't pick it
Just
up.
a regular ass lollipop.
Hell
It's
yeah. What
strawberries and cream flavor.
hell yeah, I was gonna say what flavor?
Mm-hmm.
The big cheese has left the vicinity. Go talk to your boyfriend or your situationship, because they never end up together. They have one night.
Yeah, they just fuck.
Yeah, they have
just fuck.
specifically one night in Paris that they talk about actively in Resident Evil 6.
Canonically fucked.
Yes. But that is the one night that they had. They had one special night in Paris. And they talk about it in Resident Evil 6.
You know what? If I'm gonna get spoiled on anything, I would love it to be, yes, they canonically fucked.
Because does that aid to the story? Absolutely not. Ada? Does it aid to the story? Yes.
Keep them busy.
It's a one night stand, yeah, and they constantly fucking talk about it, and it doesn't seem happy on either end, even though they are, but they're such shitters and shit on each other all the time, just like, Mitch. It's like, wait. That's how I feel about the situation. I love it so much. They deserve more one night stands. But I don't think they're healthy for each other, but also at the same time, I love them. I'm a
Let them fuck. If they want to fuck, let them fuck.
yeah. I'm a Cleon shipper.
At least their holy book looks interesting.
Leon?
I'm sorry, Ada. At least their holy book looks interesting. Ada, you can't say that about people's cultures.
Ada, no. Ada, you can't be culturally insensitive.
The more fuckery, the better. You're so right. Also, yeah, I like Claire and Leon ship. I love that so much, but I love me some
yeah.
Leon and Ada ship.
I forgot. Have you considered
Chicken!
all three of them?
Pretty.
I'm sorry, just the timing. Have you considered chicken? You know, I actually haven't considered that, and I would be perfectly fine with that because I love them all. Squeaky? Squeaky? It's just normal Squeaky. How fucking dare it? There's a chicken in this house now. Oh, there's a red herb. Somebody shit out a red herb.
I can't leave empty-handed.
I can't leave empty-handed.
Well, you didn't. You have egg. Ada,
Exactly.
you picked up an egg. That
Oh.
is not empty-handed.
I left the whole
That is
shiny
egg-handed.
object. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't get it. She's not the girl who gets it.
Yeah.
Ada, you need to be the girl who gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a fucking lead to fucking... Oh, I can't open that. I try to do that again. Hello? I heard that. Am I allowed to go upstairs? I'm sorry, I hear her touching the wall every time like I go up to the wall. It's just like a ploop. Lord Sadler. Lord Sadler. It's Lord Sadler. Where the freak? I've only played this one time. Hi, chicken. How you doing, chicken? How you doing, chicken? Ooh, they were having rabbit. delicious. Oh,
What have we here?
hidden key. Hidden key. Hidden key? Hidden key. Hidden key? Hidden key. Key. Key, a key. Yay! Call for awaiting judgment. Factory base. Do the same to the traders. Got to the factory. Whoa. Dooba dooba doo.
I bet they took him here.
I don't know why I just said doobie doobie doo. Hello? Oh, Jesus. That was not Jesus. I'm sorry, Ada, not to mislead you. That's not, I don't think that's Jesus Christo. I may not, I think there's an escape. The good news here. I'm not sure if it is, but I hope you've been well. Hey, there's a jingle jingle treat right here. Oh, and Photocetta. Hey, can I get this really quick? Okay, he said no, but I'm gonna get it either way.
No, it's mean. Why did he say no? That's mean. But I want the trinkets.
I took it anyways. Ow! He punched me. I should really start shooting them. I just run past them. Oh, Ada! Ada, the shift didn't go off. Okay, no. Ada, you know, that one's really my bad. That one... Oop.
You're a little silly.
I hit him with the fucking grenade and he went, oh. There we go. I was already holding shift, so it wasn't going off because I was holding it already. Is there any trinkets in that certain vicinity? No. Visa interview went well. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to read that, and I know what it says, so I'm very proud and happy for you, but I need to run right now. I need to run for my life. Yay, bitch. Yippee! Okay, now I can look. Jesus.
Looks like I gave them.
Okay. The DMV answer, no, but it will arrive in 25 working days. Okay, well that is good. That's progress. Big progress. Done? Done?
The slip.
Okay, Ada.
Welcome.
I want answers.
Got some
Right.
rare
Meow.
things on
Right, meow.
I
A deal
can't hear
well
right
struck.
meow without thinking of Peter, but it's ingrained into my vocabulary, so I'm just gonna have to cope.
Right meow. Me every time at work, right meow. I'm like, no. No.
Right meow, and then I get flashbacks to like, Peter.
All yours, stranger.
No, why would he do
All
that?
yours,
Why would he
stranger.
do such a thing? Ooh, I
He
do
wasn't
like
even
that.
there. He was genuinely funny at some parts. No, you're not allowed to be
Yours,
funny.
stranger.
Wait, Punisher starts at 90? The Punisher is better than the
Your specific needs.
Blacktail.
It's a thing of
Egg.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
Egg.
no difference.
Egg.
Price? Well, that's our choice to make.
Can you get
What's
Ada
that?
to fish?
How have we procured these curiosities?
If we find fish, yes.
Don't want to know.
Or is that a Leon exclusive activity?
That's a Leon exclusive
Hi,
activity.
D.
A well-tuned weapon.
I
can
love
make up
you
for
and I miss you.
Well, I don't know.
I've got
Aiden
a
might be like
good things on sale.
silly,
stranger.
and Leon might be like, you know what? I'm just gonna grab a fish with my bare hands.
Bare hands? I didn't know you lended your hands over to Leon.
You know, I'll grab a fish with my bare hands.
Public university tuition, district, policy, no fair. You know, that's fair. That's fair that they have restrict because eating noodles. What type of noodles? Explain your blue.
Also, I have to buy the game that Tori was playing yesterday.
Yeah, what was she playing that was cute?
Because It was called Locomoto, but I have to play it specifically because we went on a like hour side tangent where we designed a bear. And I'm
I
like,
saw
now
you
I can
guys
play as
going
the bear.
off.
I have to get the game.
I need this. Cup moods. Cup
It's like
moods.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Tell me the flavor. B. I saw you guys going off. I literally,
What's
out of
flavor?
impulse, I was playing Deadlock, but I kept on looking over. I was like, God damn, Tori's so pretty today. 'Cause that was my frantic message. I'm lurking and playing games, but your fucking makeup is gorgeous. Because it was gorgeous.
You know
Oh my
what's funny is we
God.
were talking about that because I literally said about 5
Got
minutes
something.
beforehand, you're very pretty today.
I love Tori.
Hey, guys.
Oh, beautiful women. Search for Luis. Boot knife? Get your knife. Not boot knife. Hey, I think there's a bear
It's
trap.
very pretty. Essentially, you steal a train.
Oh,
and-
no, come on. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
You steal a train, and then when you steal said train, you help build a town around said train.
I am a
But
bear.
the important thing is,
And I
that
am
you
stalking.
do steal a train.
Hell
You're a
yeah!
bear.
I'm
Me too,
stalking my
bestie.
prey. Me too, Breasty. Damn, Leon didn't kill these rats like I did.
Damn.
Better not. Huh? She really said, what was that? That's the man. Okay, I'm gonna pause it
Must
really
have been
quick.
the wind.
Must have been the win. That man right there is the goal that we're trying to get 'cause somebody stole a jacket because somebody put a request into the merchant. Hey, I'm missing a jacket. Please return.
Oh my god.
You know whose jacket that is?
Was that Leon?
Yeah, because he loses the jacket for the entirety of the rest of the game once he takes it off. I don't know why they.
I'm like pretty sure you mentioned that, but because of this cosmetic we chose, he doesn't actually lose the jacket.
You're entirely correct. But yeah, he loses that jacket, never see it again. Is that another month when I can recommend stuff and play Dying Light 1? They don't know what they're missing out. A lot of people have played Dying Light 1, I feel like. I run into a lot more people who play Dying Light 1 than Dying Light 2. But yes, I was playing Dying Light the Beast yesterday. It's quite fun. Takes the jacket off to show his tramp stamp. You're so... How could I be so
You're
wrong?
so right.
I have the picture of it, Jordy. I have it. He's got to show off to
You know what's
Luis.
funny is that I keep seeing clips of Resident Evil 2 where they're playing as Leon and they've just modded it so that he has a tramp stamp and it's wonderful.
That's the whole reason. Oh, hey. Fight me. Come on, follow me. Fight me.
Oh,
follow
hi.
me. Fight me.
But yeah, no, it's wonderful to see.
That's the big reason I want a mod. Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Come on, big guy.
We can play as Leon in 6, right?
Oh, Jesus. Oh my
Mod
God.
6 to have it.
Oh my God, could I? I've never seen people really mod 6. I should try.
I don't know if you can.
Crossbow. I got really excited, okay. Oh, I can go buy a key from the merchant and open that. I wonder what's in that.
You know what? Now it's time to look at Resident Evil 6.
Honestly, because the story, like modding it, won't affect it at all. It'd be a special little treat.
Oh, he's down here.
I feel like we should play Leon and Helena's story because I love Leon so much. He gets
There's
so much.
a lot of like
Not good.
there's a lot of like replacing one thing with another thing in the other version of Resident Evil 4, and I'm like, well, I searched for 6.
It's
What
like,
are you
wait.
doing here?
Oh.
Yeah. It's like replaces Leon's pistol with a handgun in Resident Evil 4 VR, and I'm
I thought she was gonna end with replace his
No.
piss.
Not a soul inside.
I'm like, damn. Oh, okay. Didn't know that was in there. I guess people will be.
Did Luis do this?
Hi,
no, to replace his piss.
Welcome in. So I'm like, damn, I didn't know that was a thing there. You know, this is the beginning of the end for Ada. She saw this and was just like, oh, Leon did this? Okay. Leon. Oh, I left ammo and a whole bunch of shit up there. It's going well, glitching. We are not speedrunning this, but we're speedrunning it, you know? We're not pro speedrunning, but we're mild speedrunning. You know, a little mild speedrun today.
Somebody replaced Chris's voice in RE6 with his one from RE5.
From RE6, RE5. Interesting choice. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no.
That was just interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know people
There's
didn't.
a lot of like experimental ones that I'm just glancing past.
Experimental. Why is the music going so intense? Hey, merchant, I need a key from you.
Got a selection of good things.
Somebody replaced in I believe it's Ada's where you just have a random ass agent with you, right?
Yeah.
Wise choice.
This one specifically replaces the agent with Spider-Man.
Oh my god, I hate that because I literally need somebody else to be playing with me to have agent out because that would be so fucking funny. That would be so funny. Random fucking agent is just Spider-Man. Spider-Man really be taking odd jobs, you know?
What you buying?
What are you selling? What are you buying? Is the crossbow good? I don't
You want a fighting
think...
chance out there? You best
Oh.
tune up your kit.
I mean, it's a crossbow. You can look cool.
You're right. I think the Punisher is better. The Punisher is better than the Blacktail, but I'm scared.
Bang for your buck. I guarantee it.
I'm simply, I'm scared.
Yes, go take care of yourself,
That's
glitching.
As a dying state sound replacer, and it just replaces the sound with fucking Bring Me to Life by Evanescence.
That's, oh my god, okay, not Resident Evil, but Left 4 Dead. Anytime you would revive your friends with the from the dead, like bring them back from the dead, it would be the Windows boot up sound.
Will that be? Hope to see you again soon.
The old Windows boot up sound was the way.
There's one here for apparently it
Oh,
just
this way.
replaces Jake's suplex sound with John Cena.
That's maybe we have a lot of fun with 6 if I can get it to work.
I'm just
Squeaky.
on Nexus mods. Why have you just put Michael Jackson in the game?
Apparently, why not, I guess?
It just says now you can hee while shooting zombies.
Did I not search enough for Luis?
You're sure?
I'm sorry, I just processed. Now you can hee. Like you're...
Yeah, now you can
Why is the music so intense when I go down
Whoever
here?
is uploading Sherry outfits.
Oh, my
Good
poor
for
girl. I love her. I love her so
They're very
much.
pretty outfits. Hey, there's an Ada Bunny outfit.
These belong to Luis.
That's very nice. Very nice. I didn't
There's
search.
also a Catwoman suit
That's very appropriate.
for Ada. It's very fun actually.
Is this his frequency?
Hello. Calling Luis.
I knew you'd find me.
The way he be looking at Ada through the...
Helena to
Are you about
Dante.
ready to hand over the amber?
Why would you say to the Dante?
Just outside the village, past the windmill.
Like a female version
Yeah.
of Dante.
I know it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll be waiting.
I'm sorry, in the background of Luisa's call there, we just, whoa! Like, oh, okay. Oh. Hey. Did we really need to bring everybody here? For this?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Apparently.
Sorry, Luis. It might be a while.
Un forastero. Hey, I actually do need to fight these guys. Hey, you hit your friend with that door.
Somebody made a mod to turn Leon into a brunette instead of blonde. And that's all it does.
A talented mod?
It's like, fuck you, you don't get to be blonde no more.
No more blonde for you. Dude, up her skirt is just a black void. I wasn't even trying to look, just how she fell. That sounds like I'm coping. Where are the two chainsaw men? They all piled into these rooms.
Thank you for changing Leon to Dante as well.
Oh my god, that means we can have
Thank
Dante
you.
and Dante.
Yeah. Except it's specifically for the Asian version. of the
Oh
game.
my god! Oh my god!
Oh. Are you having fun over there?
I didn't have a scope on the sniper, so it really shocked me. Oh my god, I almost didn't press space. My knife is gone.
Sorry, not interested. Here, cat.
Sorry, little rat.
You're a tough one.
Yeah, he
Someone
is.
really hated Leon, I guess.
What do they do with him?
Replace Leon's face with his Resident Evil 4 face.
Damn. They hate later
Like,
Leon
why?
because
Why
he
would you
becomes
do
more
that?
disheveled.
They hate Leon.
And I'm like, he's older.
Yeah, but he deserves to be disheveled. He's been through a lot.
Yeah, and that's when he's older, and he's just like got more scruff, and he's an alcoholic.
Yeah. Hey, it's okay, there's shirtless Leon.
Whoa. Why did it sound like the stupid meme of whoa. Stay over there. Stay over there. Excuse me. Oh. Excuse me.
Ada White. No.
Okay. This chick is a I'm gaslighting this fucking villager. I'm just jumping through the windows. Every time she jumps through.
A mod that made Ada White.
Oh. Okay, like blonde is one thing.
Why? That's no, it made her white, blonde,
Yeah.
and blue-eyed. And I'm
Oh
like,
my god.
Okay.
That's yeah,
No.
like changing hair color
Where's my
when
queen?
but yeah, she's our Asian queen.
Yeah.
Oh, hey Oscar. How are you? Oh. You went in? Yes, we are, Doc. How are you, Doc? You disappeared for quite some time. I got some jewels. Okay, we really didn't need to spend all that time there, but I got jewels.
I was scared without you. Where did you
that's gonna
go?
Sorry, Ada. Where did you go? You left us! You didn't leave us, you literally are at work. How dare they take you away from us? Emer. How have you been, though, Oscar? Oh, she's... Hey, but I wanted to sell stuff to the merchant. I'm taking that. It's me. That's Whisker! That's Whisker! Anyways, hi, Haunted. Can't hear? Oh, it's okay.
Though.
I
We
know.
need to go see him.
The merchant just standing there like... Yeah, I'm gonna go now. But we love you. We love you, Haunted. I want more coffee. Oh yeah, the new event for Hunt. Nikki is not allowed to play.
Having a bad day.
I'm sorry, I'm locked in. Hold on. I'm locked in.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
Stop wasting my time, Ada.
Not really my time,
Find Lewis. Fetch me the amber.
I should probably thank you for this room. Are you staying? To back me up?
I'm not here to babysit you. See that you remain an asset, and not a liability. I have absolutely no use for your incompetence.
Easy with the threats, Wesker.
Just get it done. I'll be in touch.
I love him. He's such a bitch, though.
He is such a bitch.
She's so cute, though. The way she says to back me up. It's like, because she's poking at him.
You're still coming, right?
Yes. Just had some business to attend to.
Luis, I got knocked out and fell asleep.
Got it. See you soon. Ciao.
Look, I was a little EP, okay?
A little EP, took a nap, got picked up, got ready for school. What am I doing? This one. Anyways, the new event in Hunt looks really fucking cool, and I'm very excited for it. Oh. But yeah, Nikki's not allowed to play because of arachnophobia. Severe arachnophobia, and that entire event is based around spiders.
No, that's fair.
Talking around me, I love you.
We love you, B.
We love you. I love you. Never leave us. Never leave us. Ah. Yeah, it's a big F for Nikki. She doesn't have a lot of time to play anyways, so it's okay. I don't like this. Why is it so dark in this house? Who turned off the lights?
You know what, that's fair. I've been told that I'm not allowed to play several games because of evil spooky dog.
Evil spooky dog. Evil spooky dog? What are you doing?
Just my luck.
Damn, she's so smooth with it. And I don't mean the shooting, because that's me. But her voice lines, people didn't like her voice in this, which is so sad, because they changed the voice actor, which is like, you know, fine, all right, it's okay. But a lot of people like hated it. And I'm like, I love her. And then, okay, the movie wasn't good, but Welcome to Raccoon City. They actually got her to play Ada in it too, and it was very cute. She's okay. Okay, hear me out. I mean this in the calmest way. She is wet. She is. Nope. I need to shut up. I'm just making it worse. If I said the other word, yeah, I would have just made it worse. But she is. Nope, that word doesn't work either. I was gonna say she is drenched, because she is absolutely drenched. She's standing in the rain right now, talking to the merchant. She is soaked. That's also a bad word. No, it's not a bad word, but like with everything piled up. But like she's mostly. Oh my god, she has socks on. Hold on, she has socks on. Well, she has tights, but close enough. That's disgusting in this rain. We don't like the other word. The other word's just a... I think... this is better. So we take this.
Where you gonna put
Where you gonna put this? Sorry, he was mocking me. Winton, I'm streaming, Winton. There's another case upgrade. Okay, we're gonna sell this. And we're gonna sell my old gun.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference.
I really need to go to dance class.
Thank you. Well then, what can I do you?
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Try that on
What?
the side.
Sofer?
Me too, Leslie.
Me too, breasty.
This kind of work is about finesse.
Don't take my necklace! Oh no! I have my necklaces in my windowsill, and my cat literally just said, "Mine? You can't take them!"
If you want
I
a
just saw
fighting
it slowly
chance,
escaping.
you best tune up your kit.
Mochi, you diabolical. I needed more money, oh no.
There's
How much do I have?
money can't buy.
There's something money can't buy. Yeah, I know.
Good instinct, stranger.
Let's just buy that just in case.
Hope to see you again soon.
Jesus fucking Christ. The demons beneath have
Bless you.
emerged. That's only 25. I put that in. That's 24. No, okay. There we go. Bye, merchant. I love you, merchant. Where the fuck was this jingle, 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 jingle? Oh, in this house. Oh, I didn't actually check out this house. Oh, my pot. Somebody just tried to... Oh! Sorry, somebody opened the door on me and it scared me. Or somebody. Oh, come on, Mochi. Somebody's opening the door. Or. Oh, there's something on that bed. Or.
There you go.
Way, but 7.
Here. Cat.
Oh shit! Oh, hold on, everybody. I didn't assign my new gun to a slot at all. Just had no access to it. Hey, who said you can come up here? Oh! Oh, he almost hit me! A golden egg! I wonder what I need that for.
Egg.
Egg.
Can I eat the egg?
Egg.
Egg.
Well, there, you know, there is an egg in my pocket you can eat if you want. Yippee!
Is there an egg in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
He didn't die!
Sorry, I had to.
Where is my health?
No health for you.
Why when they so? What are you banging on? Sir, I didn't even reinforce that. Leon must have done that.
Leon!
Come on, fight me. He tried to push me. Oh, yeah, Leon must have destroyed all this.
Yeah, you know he did.
Yeah.
You played it.
Oh, he's changing! Get him! Get him now!
Oh,
Have you checked the new Silent Hill? I have not yet. Oscar, what do you want me to call you now? Since you changed your user. I stepped in a bear trap. Because I don't care. Just let me know. But I have not. We were going to play it yesterday, but it didn't come out till later in the day rather than the beginning. Her leg should be mauled.
Like,
Oscar?
Like,
yeah.
right?
Even with Leon, because at least Leon has pants, so like, you know, it hits the pants. But like Ada, that's on flesh. That's in her flesh.
It, like, yeah, but there's also like, it should have ripped the dress.
Yeah.
Like, it caught the dress there.
Stream already? Oh yeah, if you pre-order, especially the deluxe edition, if you pre-order the deluxe, you got 2-day early access, so people were playing it on Monday. I decided to save the $10,
wild.
so I saved $10 and just have been waiting because we also had Dying Light that came out, so I was like, we'll just do this. Because I was supposed to play it, but like I said, it came out at like, I think it ended up being between 8 or 10 o'clock at night instead of in the morning, which was an interesting choice. Oh, I didn't know I could do that, but I'm very excited to play it. I'm in a house. This is my house, get out! I don't know who you are. Yeah, bye.
Stealing your house. The fuck out.
You want to be Souls like? Don't tell me too much about it because I haven't seen anything about it, so I've been remaining spoilers free even with the trailers. Is there bear traps here? No.
I've honestly never seen the trailers, and I'm really excited to.
I saw the teaser trailer, which was essentially nothing. And then I saw the one, like, main trailer for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't tell us about it, Oscar. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, I hear that. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, but even that, it's that we want to be able to find things out on our own about and form opinions of the game on our own.
Yeah. Because I haven't seen a lot of
or not things.
Yeah. Oh, I need to kill that man with the fucking. What the hell?
I would like you
What
to
the
know
hell?
my bongo cat is a cow print bongo cat and has a little cowboy hat.
Hell yeah! I like putting my little. Oh, you. Sorry, sir. I exploded at him. I exploded him. Tim Van? Being said, spoilers? The hills. Are you trying to add to the list, Doc? Your list of how many times have I been banned here? Money? 2 hour run is kind of short, so just letting you know. I will enjoy it either way. It's horror. And I don't like refunding games. Unless it's unplayable. Which, that's only been one game.
I've only refunded
Oh, did he
one
make-
game. And then I immediately bought it back again because it turns out there was a glitch with the copy of the game that I got that made it literally unplayable.
That's great. That's what Warhammer Vermintide 2, when that I tried to play that on my old computer, did not work. Did not work at all. So I rebought it again recently and it works now. Because I was like, it's just a black screen.
When I bought Cassette Beasts, it's like a silly little creature collector game. I had a lot of issues with it. As soon as I finished the first
I
fight,
don't know the.
my game would give me a completely black screen and then flash white at me rapidly, and I'm very lucky that I do not get photosensitive seizures because it was so bright and so much that it would have done, you know? And so I was like, I'm gonna refund the game because there's something clearly wrong with my copy and I'm going to leave my one and only negative review on it. And then one of my friends started streaming it like a month later, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna... It looks fun. I've been wanting to play it, but the copy that I got was literally unplayable. So I'm gonna rebuy it and hope to God that it works. And it did. And now I have like over 100 hours in the game and I'm very nearly 100%.
Hell yeah.
I did though have to go and hack into the settings because I fucked up a little bit in my gameplay and locked myself out of an achievement, so I had to physically go back and like take away a heart of friendship with a character so I could romance said character to get the romance achievement. I also would have had to have made an entirely new game, and I wasn't doing that.
That's a mood. That's too much work for that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, you have to get at least 5 hearts with the character to be able to romance them. And then I had the 5 hearts that you get. And then I was like, oh, I've been locked out because you can only do it, like, you can only start the romance route at like 4 hearts. And so I had to go back to 4 hearts to do to start the romance route instead of the friendship route because I was too kind to them. I didn't want to be creepy. And like, because you like have only just met them basically.
Interesting.
Because the game is kind of like an isekai situation where you're like thrown in with no memory. You know?
Yes, I'm just catching about everything else that I just see docs. What are you gonna do? Ban me? That just made me giggle. What are you gonna do? That's so
I'm so
sad.
sorry that I put spoilers for Silent Hill in there. I'm so sorry.
How could you? What are we gonna do? Ban you? Okay. See, for me too, is I don't care about the fights in Silent Hill. That's not why I'm there. Mochi, please. Also, midway through of you talking about that, I realized.
Story.
Yeah, and I realized one of my necklaces was gone, and then Mochi was going after the other necklace, and so I was fighting for my life on the side while you were talking.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I was watching. I was trying not to laugh.
Oh, it's this fight.
Have fun.
Knowing that's a lie and I regret nothing. Well, let me do your roll while this is going down. You got a 17.
Oh,
you were doing
you have
good.
to fight the ugly guy. Oh, you have
Why,
to fight
yes.
the big guy.
It's filler right here.
Can't let you go that way.
Also, I'm very lenient on my liking of things. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Hello?
There's only like a couple games that I have played that I actively dislike. Like, I've played Deep Rock and I actively don't like the game. Turns out I have a very bad claustrophobia.
Yeah.
And
My
it's
house!
Deep Rock. Like,
Yeah!
you know. I didn't like Celeste, and I only discovered I didn't like Celeste because I discovered that game was the game that I found out I don't like platformers.
That's fair.
Yeah. And it is a very difficult platformer that you are expected to die over 100 times in
My
the game
house!
type of thing.
My house! My house!
No, I eated it.
Oh, good heavens. He destroyed half of my house. I missed.
That's mean.
Yippee! He destroyed my other house. Yeah, baby! Yippee! Ada's so cool. Oh, Ada! We're on the floor, Ada.
Ada,
She's
you're
so fucking
Ada.
cool. She's so hot.
She's so cool.
Oh, good heavens. Oh no, Mochi's fluff is in my way. Sorry, Mochi. I know. Oh, I missed it. No, my house. My house. Oh no.
No,
Our table. It's broken. Oh, hi.
broken. You know what? I need to play the rest of the
Yippee!
detective games.
Yes. I want the dino to... the dino detective.
I want Dino Cop.
I had seen-
I want Dino Cop.
I think I had seen it, I don't know where I saw it, but I saw it before Doc posted it, and I thought it was so funny. Woo! And it's that exact thing that, my house. It's the exact thing you had talked about. It's the stupid,
but
you're
just,
depressed.
It's, you have depression. That's
It's
a silly
so-
dad.
It's, oh. My house is gone. I asshole.
Internet. No, not that.
Not the internet.
No.
She is hot. She is. Did I get shotgun ammo? I don't have a shotgun
wait,
yet.
Wait, Doc, no. No, wait, Doc, no, wait, no, wait.
You fighting for?
Sorry, I got stuck. Sorry, I got stuck. Help me first.
Go down, big fella. Mochi, are you for serious? Ada's doing hot shit and you're smacking shit? God forbid a girl wants to put her stones in the window to be cleansed by the sun. God forbid. Mochi said, I want to play with it instead
No,
though.
I didn't forget you were here. But I didn't expect you to be. I didn't expect you to do that, especially because the game's not out yet.
Can you already pre-buy it?
No.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God you can't.
That's the same with Grave Seasons. That one scares me because I know Doc added that.
Hey, got a smoke?
I do.
Smoker?
Like. Now where's the amber?
Yes.
I hardly
Yes.
know him.
Fortunately, it's
Yes.
not on me at the moment.
Yes, I'll smoker.
And
Yes.
You really should be telling me.
There is
What a good
a
job
free
I
demo, but there's not even a release date.
Managed to hide it right.
That's
The
sad.
release date is just to be announced.
That's what I hate about Grave Seasons. I'm like, give me something. Oh, they've given us a year, which is next
The deal
year.
was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber.
Okay, well, the game that
No
I
amber,
want to
no
get
protection,
has been
Louise.
moved to 2026 release date.
What the
and
hell?
I'm sobbing in my corner. Yeah, it's the new Professor Layton game. They released a new trailer and then it got moved back to 2026.
Like, I'm happy for them in a sense that,
release in a month.
yeah, like it makes me happy. Like, good. If you need to fix stuff and it's not ready, take your time. But also, don't take your time. I want it
I
now.
have something else I need to get too.
Doc, you're too smart. You're too smart. Adding it to, I forget about that is when it wish lists and then it like lets you know, like, hey, it's out now. I forget. Though I will say my Steam did scream at me multiple times because Silent Hill was out. Also, I'm going to leave you to go get more coffee. My headphones are off. I'm getting you Nessie.
Yeah.
I don't know why I reached my hand toward you like that. It looked like the stupid grab. Like, eh. Anyways, I'll
I
be
in
back.
fact
Nessie's
have
here. You gotta.
my own version of Nessie,
You just gotta.
which
buy
is
it.
a little
Chapter.
dragon fruit
It just
dragon.
what does it say? It says, "Chup." You can't see the rest of it. I'll be right there. Mochi, don't go either.
Chup.
Come on, Mochi. You don't fit.
But no, there are several games which I've mentioned today that I want to get that you haven't noticed. Thankfully. Hehehe. But no, the silly freaking Dino Cop game looks so fun. And so silly. And I need it. It's so cute. I know. Because you haven't been here. I'm aware. That's why I mentioned them. Teehee. Because I feel bad about people buying me things. I've been here all day. Sarah's been here all day. I don't know. Oh, I need to change my song. This is not a good song. I cannot cope with this song. Not right meow. Nor that one either. There we go. But no, why are you asking who's been here? Oh yeah. I forgot Slime Rancher went into, or came out of early access. I need to play that again. I need to play it more. Now that it's out, now that my laptop can cope with running it. Kind of. No reason. Uh-huh. You sure about that? Hey, I have had. What do you mean by aggressive love? I feel like I'm being bullied here. I don't think Sarah would have chat on her phone while she left. I'll be real. I mean, she might have done, but I don't know. Kumba, I'm being threatened. Help. That is true. It is there when she gets back. To be fair, I don't know when she's coming back. She's right at the door, apparently. I just had to say I don't know when she's coming back, and now she's here again.
Hi.
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 Help.
What is? I see my name said so many times.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. Just because I'm doing aggressive love. Okay, I mentioned the one. I just because I'm doing aggressive love to Kai. What games has Kai mentioned they want today? No reason. No reason at all. You tell me you'll be safe from me giving a gift for 3. Why does that look like a spam email of like, if you don't send this to 5 friends, you will be cursed for 3 months? Or this evil girl will come in the middle of the night and crawl at you. Hi. Open to negotiation.
To deal with.
Nessie's safe. Nessie was the bottle flip of today. Landed perfectly fine.
Not the bottle flip of the day.
Also, I have this bread. I really like normal bread. This one doesn't look suspicious at all. It is star bread. This is the most delicious bread I've ever tasted. And I say that because it's literally bread, butter, and sugar. Like, it's the egg wash over it. It's just like very sweet bread with a lot of sugar. It's just so good. If you don't...
Oh god.
Not that I find the most expensive game you have on your wish list that I'll buy. What is the most...
I don't know now.
I want to know too. I say that to my own fucking Steam wish list.
Oh my god, you're currently playing Resident Evil 4. Oh my
god, no way. Oh my god, no way.
No way.
There's actually a lot of games that are on sale right now. Is there a Steam sale happening?
There is.
Private the wishes.
There's a Resident Evil sale.
I have all the games, but I'm like, I got Resident Evil, I'll buy some more.
I am
Oh,
scrolling through your wish list here.
Fuck yeah, scary. Fuck it up.
Oh, it's Metal Gear. It's Metal Gear. It's the most expensive. Metal Gear or Doom?
I don't really feel like the Doom, so I'm gonna remove that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh yeah, because that's more expensive than
Metal
Yakuza.
Gear.
Why?
Yeah,
okay.
it's 70 quid.
I'm gonna point this out. Usually all the games are the $5.99, $59.99. It's always the 99. Just short. Why is Star Wars Jedi Survivor $62.99?
Because over here it's $59.99.
But like, why is it? I don't remember it being $62.
I mean, over here, like Remnant, for example, in your wish list is $40.99.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut butter pops popping in your mouth.
There's
Pop,
a lot
pop,
of
pop.
games that are like $37.99.
That's
or like
weird.
$35.99.
Been on some pretty good sales. Yeah, Jedi Survivors usually is on a good sale. Being nothing games.
Like Little Nightmares 3 is $34.39.
I don't need Jedi Survivor. I don't. No. Oh, threat. Put that threat back in the pocket. I may want Metal Gear, but that is a threat you shall keep. Oh, that's pre-order. That's not out yet. I was like,
told I need to play this game.
I want to play Hades. I think I'm gonna play Hades later.
Oh, I should be able to run it. That's
Ooh.
wild. I've seen people play that game. I shouldn't be able to run that.
Oh, Madison VR. I gotta play that sometime. I've played the game, but it's the VR version. I don't have an interest in that game. They're all the Deltarune, Beastie Balls,
Oh, that's it.
Clock Tower.
Tokyo Game Show. Beastie Ball is so fun. I
Sick
love
numbers.
Beastie Ball. It just got a massive update,
Ooh.
and it's so cool.
And the game. Wait. Ooh, Tavern Talk. I feel like Kai would like Tavern Talk. I don't know what games Kai's talking about. Yeah, it's Hades 2D. Yeah, I need to beat the first one still.
I mentioned Hades.
True.
I mentioned both Hades.
Do you have the first one?
No, I don't. I could never afford it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I just want to play the second one. I love.
I feel like
oh
I
my.
need to find games to give to you now. Purely because I feel the threat and I don't want the threat for Sarah.
No, I'm like scrolling through my own things because I have stuff that you've recommended or talked about. I mean, honestly, Grave Seasons, I feel like even you would like, but sucks to suck. We don't have a date for that. Farm and Mr.
You would like the game. I put the game in the Discord, but I still think that you would like it. Me and Quiet have been going insane playing it. It's called Sephiria. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sephiria, and it's you are little bunny trying to stop the end of the world, and it is a roguelite.
Okay.
And I love it.
I add it to my
play
wish
as a little
list.
witch cat, and I throw magic at people.
Somebody remind me that the Berlin apartment comes out soon. That comes out November 17th. That's the mystery where you're in your apartment. And it has all the stories. And it looks really pretty. I forgot that's coming out soon. When does Ill come out? That's the one I'm really... Oh. To be announced. How rude. How rude. I'm trying to think of games that Kai wants. Anything Pokemon related. It's hard because when it's on Steam...
I gave games. I said two games.
I think Hades is a really good choice. This feels like I'm being robbed at the bank, and it's like, give me the money. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll find you the money. It's like fumbling my hands.
One
Probably
that
didn't plan on coming
is
back here, eh?
my most expensive game on my wish list, which I'm not going to say because it's
Times
my
have
most
changed, no?
expensive game on my wish list.
Can I get to your
Are
wish
you
list?
angry? You're angry.
Or is your wish list?
Yeah, you can.
There's this one thing.
But I don't
must
want to
do
say it out
before.
loud because
No, you're
I'm
fine.
scared.
You're fine. I'm going to my friends on my Steam, on my phone.
This is not a negotiation, Louise. So
This
check
is not a
your messages.
negotiation, Louise. Sorry.
I
This is
haven't
not a
even logged
negotiation.
into my game on my phone. I need
There's
to.
someone who needs my help.
Oh, can I add a
You
nickname?
know me,
Hehehe.
always the good Samaritan.
Let me guess.
I look like an old lady trying to read. I'm just like,
Yes.
where is this?
Exactly.
Oh,
Leon,
wish list. There we
Be
go.
real, I
Young
forgot I had The
woman.
Last of Us on
They are
my
both
wish list.
infected. They need this medicine. It slows the infection.
Oh, I guess that. Oh, it's hard to tell what is the most expensive too, because there's another. I guess that's not super expensive, because there's a whole bunch of sales right now.
To me.
The most expensive
you're
is
truly infected.
the racing game.
I hate you.
Search for all these years.
I think I know which one.
Symptoms already showing in your eyes.
Ooh, Ada, you got a little something in your eye.
You must already feel the
Doc, save
effects.
that money.
Okay,
Treat
okay.
yourself.
Thank God. I'm
Oh
scared.
my god, a whole bunch of
Please
your
sa-
games are on sale.
Please treat
Will
yourself.
Stop them for a time.
Please save
Just
save
trust me.
that money. I know. I
to
really
gain.
want to get it.
And
Because,
nothing
like,
to lose.
Hades is like £5 right now.
But this is your last chance.
Oh, because the release
And
of
it's like
this
I
first.
want it,
and then
but I
the
can't
Amber.
get it because I had to. I had to
I'll let Leon
get all
know.
the documents, and that was more money than I was ever expecting to have to pay for that.
Real?
Like 5 times the amount. They said it was gonna cost 22. It ended up costing 103.
That's crazy.
See this castle first.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I have a present I want.
Can I get on Luisa's call? Hey,
Help to spread
hey,
the progress.
girly.
Problem.
Where do we go?
Also, I know exactly what game. I really want that game too.
Come to the courtyard inside the castle. We can meet up there.
I have it in the Steam family, but like, if you want to play with like, you know, more friends, then it's like, okay,
I want
we
to
have to
play
get
as
more.
Miku.
You're gonna give it away.
I want to play as Miku.
She's in the base game. Oh,
I know.
Ladies first.
Which I'm very excited.
But
Shut
he
up,
can't.
Luis.
He can't afford it. It's okay.
Yeah, but he'll know for
He
next
said he
time.
can't afford it.
He'll know
That's
for
right, Paula.
Which game? No game.
Well,
No game, no life. That's an anime.
no game. Unlimited game, but no game.
Oh, hey, Luis. I think I
Do
really
you
want to
want
play
unlimited
There's a
game, but
hidden
no
laboratory
game?
Downstairs.
I
But no,
jumped.
it looks really fun, and I really
Along
want to
with
play
this
with
present?
people. I've
Yeah.
never played games like that before. Like, I genuinely have never played a game like that before.
Ooh, really? You never played
Like-
Mario Kart?
No,
Ah, it
I'd
is.
never afford it.
They're really fun. It does break friendships up in the funniest way because you end up screaming at your friends after the 5th red shell. Is somebody sniffing the air?
Something burning?
Louise, stop sniffing
But
the
no,
air.
it's. I want to get it. I know Quiet wants to get it as well.
Luis, why are you all the way down there?
His birthday is coming up. His birth. I found out his birthday. Hee hee hee.
He he he. I just exploded
I
those
noticed a
guys.
helpful gift. Damn. They exploded. I
Whoa,
saved
you're a
up
little
my
too
bike and
close.
birthday gift.
I don't know why I'm doing that. Hell yeah. Luis. Yeet.
Thanks.
Luis, I took care of all the other ones. Pick up the pace. I'm gonna stand up. I need to stand up. I'm gonna stand up. The slow ascension of the fucking table. Table. Get my charge. Fix my feet. Fix my legs. Stand in properly and play game. Why am I walking in the game? I became walking simulator for a second.
No, no, no! We can't let the medicine be destroyed.
Luis!
Let it go.
Louis said my medicine. No. Hold on, Louise. Louise has a health bar. Louise, get the fuck out of there.
Louise, why do you have a health bar?
He ran into the fire.
Louise, get back here.
It's like chasing a child down. Louise, come on.
Inhale the smoke.
Don't inhale the smoke. I think that's impossible, ma'am. We're literally only surrounded by smoke. Louise, you're dying. He's... That's what he just said.
Me too, bestie.
How was Ada fine with all the smoke, but Luis like crumbled?
If you're trying to kill yourself, can you do it after you've delivered the amber?
I love Ada.
It's all gone. Burnt to nothing.
Why is this so important to you?
There are things I must set right.
I love him in his
It's
vest.
impossible now. It's all over, and I can't help them anymore.
My ankles, they cracked. Oh, I have more coffee.
Pull yourself together, Louise.
Please?
Make more.
When you became detective, you became Dino Cop. Doc.
Yes.
You became Dino Cop. You have depression.
The ingredients are all here, in the castle.
I love that stupid clip so much.
I can still get you here.
Same here.
It's all of us, just a little happiness. Like, yeah! Thank you, Dino Cop.
We can go back up this way. Then figure out our next move.
Luis, get back here, Luis. Hold on, I need these boxes. I may not need constant trinkets because we're trying to get through this game really fast. But I still need my ammo. Oh, I can't shoot that. Well, I can, but it's useless. Useless! I thought I was down there.
Hey, who are you working for anyway?
Mr. Whiskers.
You're better off not knowing. Trust me.
Well, you can work for
Mr. Whiskers.
for all I care.
I do.
As long as you get me out of here.
Mr. Whiskers is quite bad.
He's a little silly.
Just a little silly.
A little silly goofy.
Little silly goofy. Little silly goofy.
I'll unlock the... Huh? Where's the key?
But no, I really do want to play racing games at some point, but I've just never been able to get them. Like,
They're really
I want to get
fun.
Mario Kart because I know I can play with Quiet. Because he's also got Mario Kart. But Mario Kart is also an expensive game.
Yeah.
Especially because I have to pay for the Nintendo Online for it. And it's like, oh.
I think I'm still paying for my
At least it's
Nintendo
only
Online.
one payment and not a subscription.
Okay.
It's just
Won't be
one
my finest
payment,
effort.
thankfully.
I might just
I pay for the most expensive because then I get a bunch of DLC for free.
Oh.
find these ingredients.
Like, I get the Animal Crossing DLC for
maybe.
free.
Batch of medicine. Time's not our friend.
I'm a doctor. No, but you're a dino. But you could be a dinosaur. Are you a dinosaur detective? He just gave me a shopping list.
But he could be the duck detective.
Red ink, gold bottle, blue butterfly.
This is where we parked. Good luck.
Doc, we are assigning you a persona of a duck detective.
Not the persona. Bye, Louise. Yippee!
All right.
Do have to, you know, a Dino Cop could assign that to you. There's an enemy that just walked past me.
If you do have the depression, do you do the silly dance that one dinosaur did as well? Is that a requirement for depression?
Why yes. Required dance.
You gotta have silly dance time.
Please lay down, sir. Lay your life
missed a
down.
trick.
Lay your life down.
You missed a trinket of the guy. The dead body.
I'll go bet it.
I think.
I don't see no
I
trinket.
might be blind.
It's okay. I have to like make this way anyway.
Did I just not see you pick it up?
Maybe I've spam F
It
as
might
I
be
walked
silly.
past it.
Yeah.
Raccoon.
A raccoon. Guess this is
We're not
Just
in Raccoon City.
like Raccoon City. Not her. Guess this is fate. All because a raccoon is here. Well, it's our favorite boy.
Items just for you. My other customer doesn't know about these. Welcome.
Leon doesn't know about the stuff he's about to sell me. Oh, I need to sell this too.
Ooh.
I'll buy it at a high price.
I would like to see. I want to keep the gold. Oh, the red. Okay.
You'll get some bang for your buck.
What
I
is?
guarantee it.
Yeah, the red better.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Stranger.
Okay.
Ooh, I'll pay a pretty for yours.
Can we buy this? Very dumb I have a very dumb hey, we take dumb dances, okay? There's no such thing as a dumb dance. Flash grenade.
Saving that one.
Teddy bear charm! Cute teddy bear charm!
Teddy bear charm.
I have to buy it though, but a cute teddy bear charm, it's real!
Gun will look great with
Blah, blah, blah. Ha,
Sorry,
blah,
I
blah.
got really
all
excited.
Drop a wet herb. Green herb. I like.
good instincts.
Oh, I don't have enough little thingies. Would like to upgrade this.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship, pleasant travels.
Oh, this automatically was put into my hands. Take this. Parts red. Yum 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 yum. Yama. Yamaha. Anyways, I don't know where that one came from. It was either an ugly raccoon or possum. Why is it an ugly raccoon? Raccoons are always cute. So I think you're lying. You can't be an ugly raccoon.
But you can't be ugly, because you're not ugly. No. You're not ugly.
Oh my god. I couldn't put it in the right place and I went tung 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 tung. Like fucking ping pong. Ugly because I'm ugly.
How elaborate.
No! No! Rat.
The first ingredient
Do I need to-
should be in this room.
Come here. Come here, rat. Seems so diabolical that I do that, but every time I'm just like, is this... Sorry, that was pure fear. Oh, he's in there. Okay, if you look closely, though we do not have time to do this.
Ugly.
If you look closely in there, you see a little guy in there. It's very diabolical of him. He knows I fear him. Oh, there's multiples of them. Oh, I need to put the ink in that. That's okay. 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Vänta mig lägga. Ay, ¿dónde está? You switched there. Way to acquire great shooting. So, 1, 2, 3. So it's those three, like that, like I'm scared of everything in this room. Are you in there? Oh, he's in there. He's in there. Are you in there? Oh, he's in there. Hello? Wait, but I want to sell this.
It won't open.
I know why it won't open. I cannot pick that up. I want to figure this out. Which ones go which? That one, super fancy one, and then not that one. I said that one and this. Okay, small. What shape? I'm stressed. I'm stressed trying to solve a puzzle. Cause that's not, that pointy is not in the middle.
Puzzle.
Cause that pointy is not in the middle. Prepared a way to acquire the ink. Oh. Isn't B on B? Can I knife you? What is that squeaky out here? There's not another thing in there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna think about it. I did this perfectly fine the first time. Mm-hmm. 1, 2. But that's flipped. Because it's like that. Why can't I shoot that? Okay. Somebody explain to a dumbass. The opposite of that one? That one had a nice... Sorry, it had a nice little ring to it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wrong.
I don't know. I need to get an annoying. I'm scared. Oh, it's these ones here. I'm shooting at the wrong ones.
Silly.
Anyways, I got it to open now.
That must be the ink.
Silly.
Hey, it showed me the ones on that wall, and I'm stressed out by the... Why are we staring at the door? Oh, I know why we're staring at the door. Hey, but there's some other evil guys in here. Oh, the evil guys are suddenly not there.
Evil, fight them. Oh my god, hi, Leon.
Oh, I forgot how silly he looks.
There, Leon.
He does.
The cute eye patch.
So
Would it
fucking
make me
silly.
use this? Would you?
Hey, so this was the eye patch was
Well,
the
after
best.
6
It
years, that is
was.
one hell of a greeting.
The eye patch with probably the villain outfit would have been so funny. It's the fact he's just in sneakers.
Yes.
He's just an active wear sneakers.
Try using knives next time. Better for close encounters.
This scene was
Not
so
a bad
hot.
move.
It's just yeah.
I said what I said.
Me just
Who are you working for this?
laughing through it like yeah. Kicking my feet. I say as I'm standing.
Kicking my little.
Oh my god, look where his knife went.
Girl. She's lost no matter what.
Like,
He's just
You
putting it in
walk
the
away.
oh,
jacket.
just shove it like.
Maybe
And now it's gone.
Shove it in his
and I might get you the
armpit.
greeting you were looking for.
He said, "You see her right there."
Like,
You think I'm gonna give up that easy?
I was touching my arm.
Right. How about we continue this discussion?
God, those glasses are so pretty on her. She's so pretty. She's gone. He's so funny looking. She didn't even go that far. She just dangled down. You had a knife in my throat that didn't answer the question.
Leon.
He's so pretty. I love him. He's so pretty. Can I go off the edge? No. I don't know why that was a thought. What time's oh shit. I think we've gotten a decent way through this. Oh fuck.
We've got through more than I expected us to for like 2 hours.
Yeah, you know, fair. What do we need? Snake, snake.
Gate and gong have the same symbol. Seems simple enough.
Yeah, it's simple enough until you get to the end, Ada. Okay, bird, bird, bird. Bird, bird, bird. Okay.
I've got a bad feeling about.
Same, Ada. Yeah, I wonder why we got a bad feeling. Ada, turn around. Ada, turn around. That's about to drill us. And not.
Ada, do not turn around. Ada, stay where you are.
Oh god, I'm panicking. Oh my god. What's the last one? Okay. It was a lot farther behind us than I expected. It just sounded like it was right there. Oh. It sounded a lot. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Doc.
Yeah, yeah.
It always
That
sounds
was
like it's
a
right on my
little
ass.
silly.
Yeah, it's just a little silly. She's a lot more.
I agree. Now
I'm
for the
so
second
sorry.
ingredient.
I agree. Ada, Ada, I need you to look at these suits. Oh, they're in there. Oh, he's in there too. Oh, he's in there too. Oh, he's in there
Looks
too.
like something goes here.
Oh, he's in there too. I remember all these parts. It's like little puzzles and dealing. Oh,
Meowdy, how do you go there?
To pulling this out. How do you get...
A trap.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, Spindles!
Howdy, howdy. How are you today, Gothic?
Look, Doc, you're not wrong. You're not wrong by a long shot.
Ah!
Sometimes you just gotta be a little silly.
Sometimes you just gotta have fun. Oh. Hey, they're right on me. I'm just... Ada, we gotta run. Oh, Ada, I didn't pick it up. Ada, I didn't pick it up, so that means I gotta fight them. Okay.
Today is a very good day.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Jesus. They made so much noise when they died.
I forgot to mention my controller is pure purple.
Purple.
It is the most purple controller I have ever seen in my life.
Oh, I don't know why I made her crouch. Purple.
And I need to show a photo of the bee jumper. It's so cute. It's really cool. It's got like a patch on the front of like bugs.
Uh-huh.
And then
I think I know.
and then on the back it's got like a giant print of a bee drill and like Kakuna and that. It's really cool.
Yes.
Oh, I love that. So if you look at how many little sets of armors in here.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, fun fact.
I
Share
was just
immediately.
electing to ignore it.
Yeah, I wish I could ignore it.
Oh, I got a gnome hat in the bongo cat. Can I be a little gnome? I love how Ada just spins across the entire room
Yeah, she
to
does.
like kick the shit out of someone.
Oh god, and then we got the bitches shooting us.
Wait, dog, why didn't the emote work?
The emote not work?
The emote not work. The emote exists still.
Oh. So much happened right there. Are you not subscribed to ky3len?
No, he did yesterday.
Damn, what the freak?
Yeah, what the freak?
The
other emotes? I thought you got the sub yesterday. Or was I wrong?
Here.
Ow. You're rude.
Like it should work for you.
Oh, good heavens. Oh shit, I almost got that. Good timed.
Yeah,
good timed.
Right. You did resubscribe. So I went through my activity feed.
Oh no, that's a mood.
So I was like, I remember this happening.
So I remember this.
Yeah.
Is she dead? Oh, she was just dying very dramatically.
Mayhap.
Mayhaps. Don't they die? You guys didn't wake up. Hey, there's two in there. There you go. Maybe we'll get these trinkets because they're right
You
here.
also gave about 500 biddies as well. Which I'm gonna...
500 biddies.
Oh. That's weird. That's really weird, dog. Because, like, if you're subbed, I want you to be able to use the emotes, of course. That's why they're there.
One ingredient left.
Hello, stranger.
Hello! Oh my god.
Hello there.
Blue.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? A deal well struck.
Tune up.
That's
Fix
good
that.
work, if I do say so myself.
Is there anything he can offer to me here? Should get the shotgun, but I don't really have
What you see is
space.
what I've got. Come back and
I don't think I'm gonna be finding one.
Nita. Welcome, stranger.
Sell?
A deal well struck.
Still no shotgun.
Yeah, merchant. We have a wonderful friend here. He's not here right now. He's currently at work. You know, earning money.
But he would hit that.
You know.
Okay,
Who's
Luis.
calling me?
That's two.
Oh, it's Luis.
Last one should be in a room accessible from the castle
It's
wall.
me.
You bring them all to the top of the wall.
Me, meow,
If you
yeah.
remember.
Hey, that's where that bird nest was.
And here's some more info I recovered about that old rock. Sending it now.
Oh, thanks, Luis. Orgon. Hello? Sounded like a cat in my room. It was not. Blue. Ah, blue in next area. Hey, guess what? It's your favorite time. Fish time! Fish, 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 fish. Any more fish? Any more fish? We only got 2 takers for fish? Crazy.
Fish, 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 fish.
I only got 2. Oh, we will be doing that to them later. We will be saving them for a nice treat later. Because they only gave us 2. Sorry, that was me. How dare you? Oh my wow. It was the floor going meow. Just a silly little meow. Why'd the game do that? It was spooky. So you can't do me, but a friend you can do. Exactly. Exactly. We have a friend waiting. Can't find any gold. I don't have earrings in, that's why that felt weird. Yum, 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 yum. Bird?
Mm-hmm. Bird.
Bird. Blue!
Meow. Blue. Meow.
Blue. Blue, blue, blue. Blue.
Blue.
Blue? Okay.
Blue. Oh, I remember this bit.
Yeah, dog.
I mean, I remember like all of it, but like we're going through this game at like a weird area.
Yeah. Blue.
Now, where are the others?
Oh. That's... Oh. He just dropped of that? Okay. Glorious las plagas.
Oh, that voice. Oh.
Where is he? Blue. Oh, I missed a blue. Hello? Somebody's by me?
No. Get the
I need to
blue.
kill that man. Oh, he fucking ran from me. Hey. Fuck you.
I think we need to kill this man.
I agree. He's gonna keep on making my head hurt.
Yeah.
And we do not like that. Oh. Does not fit.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, I know, Ada. It's okay. Gloria las plagas. Glorias las plagas.
No.
Oh, good heavens, they're all
Fight
changing.
Las plagas. It's evil, it's mean.
Yeah, you're
It's
so
in fact
right.
fucked up too.
There he is.
There you are.
Yippee!
I just like fucking unloaded
Why
on
does
him.
he look like that?
I don't know, but he's trying to run. Hey, come back here. Ada, I feel like you can run faster.
Scuttling.
Oh my god, look at him. It's me, meow, yeah. I don't know why that's stuck in my head.
Why is he skedaddling like that?
Oh, hey.
Like, he's just shuffling away.
he's flying away.
I'm flying away.
Ow, I don't know why I just... Oh, and he's making more monsters. Oh.
No, that's mean.
Where is he? Oh my
Consider
god.
eating a fish.
I have, but I think we're gonna save the fish for a rainy day, you know?
Yeah.
There he
Let the
is.
fish go for a walk, you know?
Okay, I killed him. Ada, I wanted you to kick both of those.
So glad that you didn't register what I said.
Ada, I didn't want to do that.
Too bad.
There's a lot of monsters over there.
Finally. Glad that's over.
There were a lot of monsters. I didn't want to go over there. Anyways, back to our regular scheduled blue. And then we'll go around and collect everything. Bloop.
Blue.
Open up funny and I had a message that said, sissy bitch, damn. Nope. No, thank you. That's crazy. Blue. Is there anything else up here for good? No. Nah. Where's the other blue? Nah. Other blue is over there. I don't want to go there. Ada, I really don't want to like swing over everything.
Well,
I can walk.
let her swing. She wants to swing.
Blue.
That should do it.
She has a grapple gun. She wants to get use out of it.
She really do. What else she be using? Okay, let's go collect all of our goodies from the people we exploded.
Yay!
Ah, here they are. One exploded.
You know, if anyone was gonna be covered in blood, it would be Ada right now.
It would be. It for sure would be. And unfortunately, she's not, which is, you know, good. Good for her. I still don't know where that last little guy is. Oh, Ada, you don't want to swing right there?
Have you considered looking at Ada all disheveled and covered in blood?
I've considered just looking at Ada all the time. So yes.
Just staring wide-eyed at Ada.
Where can I go up that one? Yeah. Why? Yes.
You're not wrong.
Crack my back. Covers.
God.
No, dog. Oh no, I'm doing the California hip dip and it's starting to hurt my hip.
Have you considered sitting down?
I don't want to sit. I don't want to.
Well, then go sit.
I don't.
Too bad.
Where's my slipper? Oh my god.
That's right. I still have some unfinished business to take care
Oh
of.
Jesus Christ.
Right. Thank you, Doc, for explaining yourself.
Oh my god, if you don't know what I mean.
So, what's become of the Amber?
Sorry.
You know,
nothing yet.
Resident Evil is a lot less serious
But
when you have
my little
Scooter on in the
helper
background.
is creating quite the commotion. Everything
Oh,
will
why
be
yes.
fine.
It's not a bird, it's not a plane. It's fucking Dave, he's on a train.
He's a good boy.
While this is
Predictable.
happening,
Fine. Keep your mutt.
you know?
Yeah.
Come crying to me if you get bit.
Let me respond to my friend. I think he got a deal he wanted.
Leon, changed your mind yet?
Yippee.
Assuming you haven't, I've got a tip.
Because my friend's just like, Sarah, call me. I'm like, I scream
down in the throne room.
I screamed back at him.
Tough, huh?
Ada called me a good boy, but you know the stupid memes of like, with TikTok videos of them doing something or whatnot, and it's just, oh, sorry, Ada, I did that wrong. It's just instant bust. So it's just like the water hose going off. That's
Me
Doc.
too. Me
Oh yeah,
too.
that's all of us then. We've accepted the Gooner life, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't need the trinkets. Fuck you.
Damn.
Man, especially in I need to get that.
Yeah, through this
Yippee!
so fast.
We still got a good portion left. I should really look
Yeah.
up because
But
We're
we've
almost-
been playing for 2.5 hours compared to the 4 that I assume are gonna end at 5 hours.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's me.
Because you said we were on a stricter time limit today.
Yeah, because my mom's just like, you can't be streaming for that long. I'm like, I'm not sitting
This must be the collection
I like
room.
standing up.
Butterfly.
Blue butterfly. Taking the other 3 specimens. Wow, yes. Nothing special about that one. Look at those 3 specimens. Oh my god, my necklaces. Have a prize. Butterfly to admire. Well, what are your 3 specimens?
Interesting.
One of them was a rock. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Rocks.
Rock. Okay. Wait. We start from the. Okay, first. Bibble. First is Bibble. Get that?
Bip, bip, bip.
You remember that. That's Bibble. Okay.
Bibble.
Second is... Holy shit, this bitch walks stupid. Skull. 2-horn skull. Sidetrack note.
Good to know.
Okay, didn't read it. She said good to know though. Third? Lizard! Okay. Bibble? Skull? Lizard!
Skull 2-horn.
Lizard!
Lizard.
Lizard! Take that lizard right now, Ada. So now if you activate your memory, when Ashley got the medicine because Leon had it, it's because Luis made it. Ew, she burned. Ooh, her face.
Good.
It's because all the ingredients that Ada
It's reacting to the amber.
just got right now is he's gonna make the antidote. Holy shit, her face.
That looks like something Wesker would want.
Also, she did not get infected in the most normal way, like how everybody else does. When she got hit in the arm at the beginning of the game, that's what infected her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, she got hit with the goop. Not the fun goop. Doc would probably be like, she can have my goop. Unfortunately, not that goop. It was
She can
icky.
have mine too.
Ah, yeah. See, but like, this is the bad one. I don't know how he crushed up that butterfly in ink, and...
This will knock out the
What's a
parasite.
butterfly?
But only for a time.
blue butterfly. God, I can fly twice as high. Whoa, no. Ada's just so chillaxed.
A tu salud.
Ew, not the neck. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. So sorry, Ada. Never mind. Hey, if you can call me out, I can call you out. We know each other well.
It's not a cure. We still need to find a way to get that thing out of you.
Get that thing out of you.
Call you out with just the hi.
Hi. And our lovely winner today is...
It's coming.
Oh, he has arrived.
You know who else is arrived?
Ooh, he's so creepy.
I don't understand. It should be working by now.
Take the amber and go.
Luis, you should get your like medicine kit because that was quite nice and handy.
I can't leave you here. Not like this.
Spare me. I'll be fine.
Luis is such a good person.
another
Not the fucking I know. I'm gonna start speaking different languages when I start stream now. This is how we begin. This is how we change.
No.
It'll just be hi, but in different languages. First up is Buenos Dias. I can start with Buenos Noches, which is my favorite one, but
Isn't that good night?
yeah. I can't really start with that.
Don't you stream at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Exactly. It's my favorite one, Buenos Noches, but I can't really...
Well, I mean, it works for me because you start at 6 o'clock in the evening. Oh, daylight savings
Okay,
is
true.
gonna hit soon. And then it's gonna be the weird time when you start like an hour fucking.
Okay, so you know what
earlier.
he just sounded like? He said, "Wah." Just exactly like that. Not different at all. You know, like perfectly renditioned his scream. No need to actually listen to it. It goes "Wah," so fiercely.
Rawr.
Sorry, dog. Oh my god, you like calling me out? I like calling you out. Oh my god, we have so much in common. We should date or fight to the death. Yes. Good night, because it sounds like good nachos. That's why I like saying
and then
Buenos
fight
noches.
to the death.
You right. Or we all just could fight to the death behind 7-Eleven parking lot or Taco Bell parking
I'll have
lot.
to travel to America to find a 7-Eleven because we don't have them here.
True.
That's like an exclusively like American and Japanese thing.
True. Oh, we could just go to Japan. Then we both have to fly, you know? We can all go on a travel date first, have all that, and then we can fight, you know, once we're done and happy and we've bonded so well.
His footprints.
You know?
Must have gone this way.
Let me in, you fucker! How do I get in? How do I get in? I should act normal. I should react calmly. How the freak? How the freak? Okay. I can go up. Uppies. Oh. Uppies was the right choice. Okay. Back to following feeties. Drop down, Ada, please. Didn't think about a date then death? How long should we date before the death battle? You're so right for that. We gotta figure out the logistics. Cause like everybody's gonna be part of this team, you know? We're all gonna be going to the 7-Eleven to fight in Japan. Ooh. So we gotta figure out these logistics. We track it. Hey! Ada's tracking the feet, okay? Not me. I would never. It's all Ada. She did it. Her fault. She's got the special eyes. Is it just a contact that she has in her eye?
My brand.
My brand. Oh wait, how the frick? Wait,
My
hold
brand.
on. Hold on, Ada. We gotta. Ada, where's the other handle? Shut up, me.
Did it.
Why did you bid it? Ang. 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 Hey, what if I just... Ang. Ang. Die. Boom. You're controlling it. Shut up. Don't tell them my secrets. They were supposed to know. Come on, walk. Yeah, you're on fire. What are you gonna do about it? Ang. That's what he did about it. Got it. Shutting up. Now you no. Don't listen to me. No. Why would you ever listen to me? Okay, you need to die. Thank you.
You can't tell me what to do.
Yeah. See, bitch. Ooh, a chest.
Except you can.
It's just like, actually, I'll listen.
Down
Gosh.
we
Yippee!
You're my friend. Of course you can.
You are my
go.
friend.
What is this?
Tweet. Ada, I hope you're waiting this. I'm going to the McDonald's to try to wake up before we on. And I'll leave some signs pointing you in the direction. He got a whole spray. Oh, hey. We could walk down these stairs. We really can't. Anyway, so we're going down. Yippee! This looks like so much fun.
Please.
Not Luis. This way.
Oh my god.
There was something
You know, he's
special.
He's supportive.
Yeah.
You know who else is special? Me.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Where the hell is this?
Also, Doc, what did you post in Photodome?
Where did you post?
Oh my god.
Blue velvet. Blue velvet. Okay, we're not trying to collect everything because I'm not lollygagging. But we just need a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, stupid freaking bugs. It's that bug era now.
Bugs. Hope it's not a
I
sign
like
of things to
bugs.
come.
I like bugs, but not the. Oh yeah, it's this whole underneath part. There's so many like new areas.
My friend was. I was on my friend's stream and he was playing Hollow Knight this morning.
That's crazy.
And I got to see the bees.
Oh! Hey, that's a man.
It's game exclusively about bug. It's great.
Bonk.
I like bug.
Bonk. Don't you dare. Bonk. Oh, don't you dare. He dared.
Here we go.
He did.
Oh, hey, me too, dude. He had a reload. I had a reload. He has no head. I have head.
Sometimes you gotta have head.
Sometimes you just gotta have a head. Merchant!
Romeo and Juliet, except the Montagues wear
I'm not
Crocs and the Capulets wear Uggs. Everything else is exactly the same.
I love that so much. Also, not Louise. Splish splash.
Splish splash.
Oh, I can't go in. I have to get rid of the splish splash. No, you sit down.
No.
Sit down. Okay, he fell into the water.
You can sit down. In a way.
Fair.
He just drowned while he did so.
So the Lord of the Waterway? Okay. Hey, merchant.
Well done. You've proven yourself reliable. A deal well struck.
Sneeze. Bless you.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
That cash in your pocket or your life.
So I'm broken.
Mate.
I'm broke. Oh, eat a wonk special.
There's some things money can't buy.
Whoa.
Well, I do want this one. Ooh, I would like another one of that, but I would like that. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I say as I continuously just keep on buying them.
I know. I've got some rare. I'll keep a look at.
Wrong way. Okay. Oh, I could put 3 on that and make really big money.
Ooh.
2
We love
red.
big money.
Oh, but I could do 3 of that. Ooh. No, I was gonna do this though. Trio bonus, that's a lot of money. Let's see if I can. That's so far.
Welcome,
So.
stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a
Stingray.
Where you gonna put this?
Where you gonna put this? Cancel purchase, yes. I hate how he mocks me every time, because you're right. I don't have space to put it. So give me 1 second. I need to move things, because I love the
I'll
Stingray.
hand this over when you've got the space.
I've got the space. I swear I do so. No, that's not what I'm trying to grab.
You gotta eat the fish.
Oh, it fits. Okay. Purchase. Yes.
All yours, stranger. Don't get your...
Parts, key Stingray. I don't have a shotgun. I don't really use the crossbow. Let me just sell the shotgun
I've got
bullets.
Something new for you. A deal. I'll keep
Okay,
an
bye.
eye out for items that suit
I mean, if you don't really use the crossbow, you could sell it.
Yeah. I think I want to try to use it. I just never... I love the pistol so much.
It also just
Whoa.
kind of suits Ada.
Yeah. Oh, he died. Did he just say rub-a-dub-dub? Sounded like it.
Damn.
How the relationship? Okay. Ow! Whoa! You kick out the main? Start a cook. Damn.
I can't believe you're going rogue.
Oh, there's a bug.
Bug.
Sit down, bug.
Okay.
Ah, oh, we both hit each other. I didn't think he got the shot off, but he did apparently.
Can't believe he exploded.
Can't believe he's done this. Ooh.
I
Oh.
can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this. Splish splash.
That should take care of the water.
Splash.
Send to storage. Yes.
I hope.
I don't have key. Ada, can you hit them both at once? She's so delicate. And only hits one at a time. I'm like, please. Please hit both.
No.
Yeah, that's what she said. She said, no. Hey, don't shoot me.
No.
Bug. Me? Gundaga. Where's the evil beast? Bug? Oh, above me. Bug. Me? Gungaga. That stupid joke curses me now.
Lives in my brain.
Everybody's been saying it in my Discord, and by that, unfortunately, they trigger me to say it because I hear one of them say, I'm like, me? Good gaga. Like, it doesn't even start it, but I'm like, ooh, you said it. You said the magic word. Me? Good gaga. Please smash. Give me that. I got the Viper. Organized pockets. What am I do?
What do?
What do? Said the Lord of the Waterway. Oh, isn't that a big fish? I know where that is. Wait, wait.
Fish.
Oh, you're both dead. Okay, thank you. That's a rock. Fish. I hear bug. Wah. Get down, bug. Oh, can you die? Okay. That took some time. Me? I can't reach it. There we go. Yellow. I can complete the mission. Oh. La la la. La li la la li lu lo. Oh, that's fish.
Why did you stop it? Why did you stop the yellow?
That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, hold on 1 second, Mr. Fish.
I'm gonna sneeze. It's mean.
Ah, okay, fish fit.
Caught myself a big one.
Yeah, you did.
How long had it been living down here?
Oh, yeah, Ada said funny word. Is this the way I'm supposed to be going? Me? Good gaga. Oh, yeah. You're so rude. I'm gonna go back and sell to the merchant really quick. There's a bug right next to me. I just opened up this menu.
Bug.
Yeah. I think he's about to stab my ass. You know, I just ran past him. He can't get me. He for sure can get me, but I will not allow this to happen. Me? Good gaga. What's it, the Metal Gear reference? Which Metal Gear reference? Every day I wake up, I feel my arms, my legs. Oh, I can't fit that. Every day I feel my arms,
Welcome.
my
Got
legs.
something new for you.
Shell.
My leg.
Well done, stranger.
Yeah,
I
bang.
knew I could count on you. Anything else I can help? Try that on for size.
Do this.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship.
Do we have any case upgrade? Yes, we do.
Yours, stranger.
Una.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger.
What else do you
Little
got,
bit
sir?
goes a long
Oh, another
way.
charm.
You'll see.
Oh, that one's a nice one too.
Bang for your buck.
Luminatos emblem? Because that's with melee? Yeah. We don't get to play it in this. We don't. So it's sad. But We do get to buy the charms. Okay, all that is over there is a little trinket. I say as I'm running after it.
Bless you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh my god, it tickled my throat. Oh, stick. Sorry, snake. Can you float up faster? Stop it. Oh, I didn't even hit you. Well, you stopped it either way. Thank you. How polite of the enemy to actually stop shooting me. Oh, please don't hit me while I'm on this. This, add that. I'm just gonna... Bitch. Oh, he died from that kick.
Yeah, bitch.
Oh, that's you. You said, oh, oh, I did say that. Yes, I did.
Because I love that. That's one of my favorite references from Metal Gear. I say it to Nikki all the time. Where am I going? I shouldn't have gone this way. I don't know why I decided to walk that way. Walk that way. Anyways, on to our normal path. Splish splash. La, le, lu, lo, hallelujah, hallelujah, lo. Whoa, where am I? Spooky! Oopie! Oopie goopie. Pet red eye is coming! I hope you know exactly what meme I'm referencing.
I'm so sorry, I do not...
Oh no. Does anybody remember that whole era of YouTube? Get down. Thank you. The pet red eye is coming. The big guy. Whoa! Oh my god, I missed him twice. Oh, Jesus. Why? It's telling me how to crouch and stand, even though I've been doing that the entire game. Almost there. Thanks, Louise. So nice. A tweet that said, I need to be asshole to grip my wiener like an old Walmart blood pressure machine. That's a crazy... That's a crazy...
wild sentence to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
wow.
you know, I respect it, my dude, but like, damn, that's a sentence if I've ever seen one. Oh, don't grab my ear, please, you scared me. Oh, it's that bitch. Okay, Ada, we gotta walk. Go over there, Ada. What I mean, the pet rat escape. The picake.
Rat.
Leave me alone. No. He didn't leave me alone.
Well, he's just mean.
Oh. That was at me! Okay, we shouldn't be running, but hey, guess what I'm doing? We just have to unload on him. Can I make anything? No, I can't.
I
need to take out these guys. Because I never thought I'd ask. Have you seen the raptor strippers? Whoa, wow, wow, wow.
I have not.
I'm very curious.
I do know, however, there is a film called Velocipasta.
Yes.
Which is yes. There's also, I believe, a stripper and a nun, or maybe both at the same time in that game. So.
Okay. Stay down, little guy. I can't. Okay, cool. I got him. Oh, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a man who grabbed me. Hey, I'm in a cutscene, but I'm being stabbed. That was very inconvenient of that cutscene. Okay. The Raptor Strippers, that's so funny. That's such a funny name. What's that? Something was over here. Oh, blast arrows. Oh, I guess I still have my bow and arrow. Or my crossbow, I should say. To be more specific. What time are you at? Oh, shit. Okay. I got 1 more hour. Okay, let's go. Is the elevator going? Oh. Raptor Strippers is such a
be back in a
name.
second.
Okay, I'm going up an elevator. Oh. Both the monsters screaming in the distance. Defeat the black robe. I feel like we're almost done with this. Oh, hey. Her little hand just boom. You know what I needed to do? I needed to literally customize this the entire time, and I just never did.
Welcome. Got a selection of
so-
good things on sale, stranger.
Fix my knife.
Good work, if I do say so myself.
Need the high scope. Oh, it's the fancy one. Okay, I have a whole bunch of that. Did I get any spindles? I guess I should. 3-3. Trade.
An interest will get.
Let's do that so I can make some money. Oop, not you. We are now jewelers. Make some money.
I'll buy it at a high price. Dazzled, are you?
Do that. I've like not upgraded that at all.
Demands no less. We're starting pleasant.
Okay. What? Where are we? Oh yeah, that man's about to attack us. I should wait for Kai, but I could just do that. I should look up how long this game is. As soon as I'm done streaming, I'll let you know and call you. I'm still screaming at my friend. Okay. Oh, wait, you posted the raptor too. Let me go look at that. I was like, oh my god, who's in my Discord talking? It's fucking me. It's me. Oh. That's like the girl who wanted to go running and then she put on, I think, that exact same raptor suit. It went running on her run as a raptor. Hi. Those raptor strippers are very funny. They feel like they would be fun people to hang with. They would be fun to hang out with. They're cool people. I was gonna look up how many chapter in Separate Ways remake. Yay. 7. Really? 7. 7. It's always 7. Smash Brother? Yeah, that's fair.
7.
Those are some nice shoes that they got too. I paused the cutscene. We had just gotten there.
Yippee!
And then I responded to my friend because he was like, it's important. And I'm like, I'll tell you when I'm done with stream.
spot will do.
Oh, it's this fucking fight.
Ew.
It shouldn't be as hard. I struggled with this fight a little bit. Unprofessional. Because he gets a little silly. Ada's strong as hell to be able to do that. Oh, he's not a bug we like.
No.
He almost looks like the
him.
volatiles. A little bit from...
Can't stand the clingy type. Time to end this for good.
Ada can't stand the clinging type. Anyways, Ada, turn around.
I need to send you this visual novel to play. It is. It's a romance one. It's very silly.
I'm sorry.
It's not serious at all.
Oh, I didn't bring a lot of health.
Pigeons. Your
Pigeon.
pigeons.
Wait, I know what game you're talking about.
You do know. You should know.
It starts with an H, I think.
Hatterful boyfriend.
Yeah. That is a fucking classic.
Yeah.
Oh, I
My
saved that.
friend plays it on her PS Vita.
Woo! Reload, Ada, please.
But I just fucking love watching
It's so funny. That one and the horse one.
it.
Oh, I just let him stab
Look,
me.
We don't talk about my horse prince, okay?
It's so funny though. I am using ammo to explode these because it's so much easier than her stepping on it, unfortunately. Even though I think it's very funny. It's very nice watching her do that. We're gonna take this, we're gonna equip that. Hit him! Oh, okay, maybe the crossbow was the way to go. I guess for bosses, it's really nice. Okay, I think after playing a lot more games and actually realizing, hey, I gotta learn how to do these things, I get better. This fight isn't over though, unfortunately.
No, I didn't think so.
But I did pretty good with that.
I assumed it would have at least 2 phases.
Yeah, the second phase is the one I don't like.
Yeah.
Also, it's just his tail, it's not him.
No, I assumed with how it's scuttling along.
Oh, my eyes! Oh, I didn't reload. Sorry, Ada. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Flash.
Oh, how nice! He exploded some of those boxes for me.
Sorry, I got hit with the flashbang.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Dude. Oh! Hey, that was quite rude. He threw stuff at me. Meanie?
Yeah. That was quite mean. I'm just trying to get the trinket.
Oh my god, I forgot we have handy dandy fish in our pocket.
Fish.
Oh, I didn't reload. Ada, please. Okay, okay, is everything reloaded? No. Oh my good heavens. Can I stab him?
No.
Apparently no. He wiggled his tail away like, no, my tail. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this moment. He's gonna pop out from the floor. Oh, I missed him. Oh, ouchie. That's quite rude. Oh, I fish through these ones. E?
E. E-A.
These bolts are actually quite nice. My head cannon is that Ada is infected with something. Ow! Hey, I was reading my chat, you bitch. Oh. Ada really needs to learn to reload. I say that as calmly and quietly, we're just gonna so that takes care of all those. 1, 2, wee. Oh, it does stun that thing too, but I need to get rid of these bugs. Wee. I was itching my neck! You're mean! I like my aim there. Ada, why did you shoot him to get to him when he was right in front of me? My knife!
My knife!
That is disgusting. After this fight, Goober, I will give you your little reading. I wonder if I can make another one. No, I can't.
No.
That went through him. Oh my god, nobody hit me. I think it's time for fish. Oh. Fish. Oh, good heavens. I'm in a corner. I'm in a corner. I'm scared.
Fish. Don't be in a corner. I love how every time you get hit, Ada starts like smoking and
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good heavens. She do be. Ow! I hate when he shoots this. Oop! I walked. Rookie mistake. I'm just gonna eat. She coughs for so goddamn long that it just causes me to stand there and I can't do anything. It just stuns me. Don't. Ow! How rude of you. She's pretty. She is pretty. Oh, you know, fuck you. Oh, good heavens. E! I didn't press E!
Silly.
He's quite scary. Ah, why yes. We did it again. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 knife attacks that I have to do. It's 2. Please be 2. I can't afford 3. And by that, I just don't want to. I hate that the inside mouth and like the front teeth he has are just like normal human teeth because the human. Ada has tummy ache. Not very oh, she threw it up. It's gone.
Too girly.
She had an interesting
Also ache survivor.
Yeah. Because she never had the lost podcast in her where it attaches to the spinal cord. She just had it in her tummy. Because I don't know how else she would, you know, throw it up. If it wasn't just in her tummy. Anyways, we did it.
Ada!
Oh, we did
A bad guy. Krauser just stole the amber.
He's dead!
Liam's fighting him now.
He survives. Let me take Goomber's world too. You got a 13 and 11. You're doing good, Goomber.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to forget.
He's not allowed to die.
I'll send you my files. They should help.
It's the fact that
Where is it?
he's saying all that, but like he is actively like there while Leon's fighting
What do you say?
him.
I'm grateful. Like I said,
Yeah.
I wish you could hear the fight in the back happen.
I mean, Leon's not paying attention.
No, you're not. It's just very funny.
Leon's getting his ass beated.
sounds like he needs me. Leon!
Oh, you can hear the echo in the actual game too because you're close by it. Ooh, I also hear a bug. Hi, Ryu.
Oh.
Very happy, but physically tired and eepy. You know, that's okay. It's okay to be eepy and tired.
Sobbing, crying.
Honestly,
weeping.
me. I feel like Luis deserved to live or like actually make it out. There's a whole bunch of theories that like he is alive and whatnot. That's why we gotta watch it again.
No, if he had an on-screen death, they can't do that.
They can do it. They've done it before.
If they die or if anything happens to them off screen, then it doesn't happen. It doesn't exist.
They fucking done it. They'll do it again.
They better.
I
don't want him to be
hate
alive.
Ashley. Ethan, at least attempt. Have a fun attempt. Sorry, just seeing that man run like that. Good attempt of sleeping, Goober. Best travels to the sleep land. Nah, pissing and shitting.
Run like that.
I don't know. He was dead. He's like, don't quote me on that.
Leon, there's only time to say this once.
My friend
so
likes to
listen
say
up.
throwing
You
up
took
and
your
blowing
friend to the
up.
top of the clock tower.
I like that.
Hurry. You might get there before she turns into one
What
of
is
them.
it? I keep on using that biting
after
gif on Discord.
Guess I should be thankful.
I love Leon.
Yeah,
To
you
be,
should.
and every time she does it, she's like, ow, 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 ow. Yeah. But then B threatened to explode. She
They
sent an
all say
exploding cat. I'm like, not explode.
Explode.
I told her she's not allowed to explode. I just bite.
Okay, I have an exploding. Oh, sure.
I love that. Why are we under a time limit?
It's like an
What's that?
Oshawott and another Pokemon go in for a hug as soon as they collide, it explodes.
Why is he jumping like that? I'm sorry, watch him run. You see him just like, yeah?
Why is he legging it like that?
Yeah, he's like, ow, bitch. Hey, I'm about to die. That was a personal shot there.
Don't do that.
I didn't. I ate my health. I ate my health. Is she dead? Hey, did you drop anything? Rude. I think it's just trinkets that are over here, but I'm already up here now, so unfortunately I'm going to get it. Don't talk to me, sir. Who said you could talk to Ada? Not us. Oh, I got a boot knife from him. Oh, I guess I actually did need to get...
So quick.
Yeah. It says 7 chapters,
That's
but
wild.
we're almost to like the end of like end of castle. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me. Like the end of the game. Because like you run through this and then you like run through and you do like the big ending thing.
Yeah, 'cause
not the big ending thing.
We
but-
have, I think that's the big final boss of this section because now we just go, hi studio.
Yeah.
What's this? Giant insect 3.
Well,
Is that?
got a selection
Um,
of good things on sale.
Did they change his name?
Who?
Valuable
Whose name?
Am I blind?
Studio?
Studio. Yeah.
Studio, you changed your
Did he change his name?
Yeah. I can't see it, so I would have never fucking known. I'm in light mode. Yeah, because it's Studio Neon. Now it's Neon Stormer. Now I gotta call you Stormer. Change my name back?
Yeah.
What would you like me to, what would you like me to call you? I'm gonna say
What
why.
do you want to be called?
What you
then?
like me to call you? I can't fucking speak.
Well then, happy cooking.
That's what, sorry, that's, you can call me Dion? Okay.
Your Your weapons are in good
You got it.
hands, mate.
We will call you Dion. I will try to remember, and by that, because I'm always in light mode, I literally can never see your name. But it makes it funny because I know exactly who you are every time you show up, because I'm like, oh, can't see the name. I know who you are.
Dazzled, are you?
I actually really like that.
Craftsmanship demands
I like the
less.
bolt gun,
Well, it was
but
pleasant
I think it's only good for the boss fights. Where did she freaking want me to fight the freaking bug in here? I guess so. Name? Dion Star 11? But, okay.
Bless you.
Thank you. Can you die faster? Like, please. And I mean that respectfully, mainly because there's another man running at you and I need to not die. Okay. Hey, you hit my ankles. So you've always been Dion, but the other things change.
Here we go.
Okay, I remember this part. Gun is good for boss fights. I like the crossbow because they're exploding. I'm on standard, so not much happens. Whoa, wait.
Damn.
You're a little close, man.
I'm really curious what this game looks like on like, I don't know what the equivalent like horror is.
Huh.
I don't know what it's called in this game, but I would love to see this game on like max difficulty.
Yeah. Ooh. A lot of times, okay. I just can't trigger that. Okay. That's fine. Stop being up there. There's too many fucking people here. There's too many people here.
Too many evil people.
Too many people. Too many people. Too many people. Please perish. Okay, thank you. Just too many people. Ada has a crossbow. Yeah, she has this. But it has its only explosions. So it's the equivalent of the bolt.
It only explodes.
It only explode. Explode. What does it do? Explode.
Be like explode.
Can't these? Don't these go back down?
Explode.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. I waited for it because I'm like, don't these stomp?
Not allowed.
Because I think I've died by the stomp before. There's the one over here I want to do. Whoa. 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 I missed 2 of those shots. I stabbed him. I didn't let him actually die. I haven't been watching it at all. It's like a podcast. That's so cute. I like that. I like being a podcast. I like being podcast. Me podcast. But yeah, she has a crossbow and it explodes. It doesn't have normal shots like how Leon's does.
Yeah.
It only has... Hey, you should stay right there, ma'am. Oh no, you tripped and fell. Oh no, it's about to slam down on you. Thank you. Oh no, she's fallen.
Damn.
And then got smushed.
She can't get up.
She can't get up. Call for help. But not for me. Okay, we gotta wait for this one. I don't trust it. Oh, Jesus Christ, I was minding my own business.
Uh-huh.
I got shot while I was waiting.
What does it mean?
Ada, make it. I got a little scared there. Oh, he died.
I believe in you, Ada.
Ada did it. Ada did it. Ada did it.
Yay! Ada. That was a real word.
Ada did it. Oh.
You can trust me.
Like that.
Hey, dropped. Okay. Sounds like talking to a dog. Drop it. Drop it. Because he was not dropping his dead body on the floor. No shield for you. Not allowed. Oh, someone is changing up there. Thank you. Oh, there you are. I like tripping them on the stairs because it's really funny watching them fall downstairs. I haven't done it at all in this game, but it is quite funny watching them fall downstairs. Somebody's chasing me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. You know, I don't think I care about killing these enemies. I need it. My leg had an itch because I got bit by it. Hey, Ada, I didn't want to look there immediately. My leg! Oh shit, we gotta fight that bitch. Not this bitch, but we gotta... There's a gremlin!
Ew.
We had to fight Lord Sadler when we saved Leon.
Good boy. Just keep them busy a little longer.
I love it. Oh my god, he's running with Ashley.
Discord is having a big update.
Oh no. When?
Yeah, I'm scared. Like right now I loaded up on my phone and it's like, what's new in this update? And I'm like, oh no.
Well, it usually won't update while you're in it. Oh, that's so funny. I got nothing.
Yeah.
I ain't got shit for the new update. Hey, my friends are out talking.
My laptop says update ready.
Interesting. Very scary. Very scary.
Yeah.
Oh, what did my friend message me?
Before long.
He's still
They
screaming it.
updated how profiles look.
Oh yeah, they changed some things and added some other things too. I don't know if that's with older stuff. Not older, but like before this one.
It's a lot of desktop stuff.
I should heal, bro.
One good thing is that they upped the pin limit from 50 to 250.
Okay. Do I need to kill you? Come here.
They added like new stuff and blah blah blah, but like...
Okay, I didn't need to kill it.
Shut up, Discord. I got a ping and I wanted to see what it was while still tapped into Resident Evil.
Oh. See, oh my god, die. I don't know what compelled me to do that. I'm gonna heal right now.
Here we go.
Okay. That thing was so close to me and I did not want him to hit me. So this is the section that I feel like I'm traumatized by. Okay. Please don't change, man. Oh, I have no knife. I need to see the merchant. I should probably get my knife upgraded. Quick, quick, quick. Quick, 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 quick. Oh. Bye. Oh my god, yeah, we're at the boat keys. Boat keys. You guys been updating for a while since I've been. Oh, the brat. Hey, we get to see Leon again in his stupid little outfit. I love how Leon jumps in the boat without checking anywhere else before jumping in for a key.
Damn it.
Looking for something?
At the final, we've been in that chapter for a while. We're on chapter 5, so we have 2 left. Oh my god. Stretch. When I stretch, when I... because then I just disappear.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be very honest. I am on standard, so there's autosaves. I have not saved once.
You should do that.
Nah. The autosaves count as a save, but like if I'm leaving, I usually save. He's so stupid
You look
looking.
like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you,
It's the same cutscene.
but I don't think
But I
I'll get
love
a
them.
straight answer.
He's so pouty.
Raccoon City.
Also, my friend, because I responded to him again, I was like, I'm still
even worse in the
stupid.
casual blur.
Try to save one person, 100 others die.
I love it.
I guess I changed.
My friend is still screaming at me. I think he had really good news or something.
Ask Kennedy.
But he was just like, okay, let me know. Because I said, I'll call you when I'm done with stream. But we're just shouting in all caps. It's just the all caps, okay.
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here.
We're here. Bye, Leon.
Don't think too hard, handsome.
Yeah, don't think, Leon.
See you later.
She, like, rocks that boat on purpose.
Story of my life.
That looks so funny. She put a tracker on him, but, he has a different outfit on. There's not just blinking through the jacket. She reached up into the jacket, placed it. It's this bitch. I feel like that was the longest part of Separate Ways. Take the shot. Take the shot, Ada.
Not yet.
Not yet. What the freak do you mean?
Whose blood are you here for this time?
For
Mine or
real?
Sadler's?
Oh,
That all
Whisker!
depends on you. Change of plans. Of course, you're free to refuse.
you're free to refuse as you're pointing a gun at me.
Interesting.
I love him.
Okay. I'll do it. But cost you extra.
Wise decision. I'll send you the new coordinates. And remember,
How sexually active am I?
like
Waiting,
Very.
I know.
Life bucks the shit out of me, and I forgot the safe word.
Yeah, Doc. Hell yeah. Okay, but where does she store that case?
I've got ways to go.
Bow, wow, wow.
You know why she
Bow,
puts
wow,
it.
wow.
You know why she
Wow,
stole
wow,
it.
wow. That's a damn. I love Ada. Wow, 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 wow. I'm just running away from these enemies. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they serve me no purpose. We have places to be. As soon as I stop... Okay. Well, fuck you. I don't want to fight you. Get out of my way. Are you dead? Okay. Ahí está? Yeah, that's me. Stop it. Anything special in here? Oh, I guess there is a trinket over here where I'm already heading. Oh, it's that giant freaking ore. Please stop. I don't want to fight you guys. I say as I have now killed 2 of you. Big ambar. Okay. And we got places to be, things to do. What if we do a sicko mode here and just... Bye. And we're just gonna leave them. You ever thought about that? Oh my god, it takes so long to open that door.
Hey, you're off work? Hell yeah. That's good.
Yeah! You're free! Bam, bam, bam. Oh, they're coming up. They're making their way downtown. Doing one. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Ow! Oh, that's gotta hurt, Ada. Ooh, no. Excuse me. I didn't really want to fight them.
Hi, Moon!
Moon! I love you. I hope you've been well. Thank you for lurking.
You're like,
no, I can do it.
Should be just
Not
okay.
20.
but getting
Not 20 and 18. You're doing amazing.
hell yeah.
Oh, I love you, Moon. I hope you've been well. You've been streaming so much again. I'm so happy. That's how I get my free drops, even though I don't play some of those games.
I appreciate you, Moon.
Yeah.
Got some new wares, stranger. Welcome. Got
Hello.
some rare things on sale.
The calm music from the shop is so funny
Maybe
every
we should
time.
try and play Paleo again.
That's what I get. I get so many drops for that because of Moon. I don't even have I have the game, but I don't have it.
Play it, but I tried to play it on Switch.
Starting to
And on Switch, it's like a buggy mess, and it's not very good. I want to try and play it on laptop again because I tried for a bit, but it was a little buggy. It might just be that it's too graphical for my laptop.
That might be it.
this kind. Thank
Yeah.
you. Do check out
It do.
my wares again soon.
Oh, well, there's a trinket up there. I can literally see it. Oh, well. Time to go. Ahí está. No. No, I am not. We're just gonna take this. Yeah, melee him. Yep. You got your ankles for that. I mean, your kneecap. And then I missed twice. Ooh. ¿La tengo? Ah, papá. There's a man chasing me right now. Oh, there's a second guy. Okay, that was a personal hit I just did on that man. I can do this, and then we can do that, and then we can do that, and we just...
Refreshing the stream.
I just hear your little word. He's about to go.
Bite him.
Yeah, you want to bite this little guy for me? It'd be very nice if you could go bite him.
I would bite him.
Oh, what happens? He fell down. Oh. Come this way. I have an explosion for you. Okay, he's walking really slow. Walk this way. Thank you. He died at it. He died at it. I hear squeaky. Okay. Nice. Anyways, time to go up. I say go up and I missed the whole thing because I thought I saw a shiny. Distracted immediately. I love how they like decorated this with a red wire. Beautiful. letting me know exactly where to walk.
It's
Oh.
late.
We brought the medicine just in time.
Leon and
Can you stay?
Ashley.
Where's Louise?
Leon. Leon. Oh, Louise is fucking dead.
What about you? Till the end.
I think this is the first time we've actually seen Ashley.
Come on. We don't have much
Yeah,
time.
we saw her on the back of
Let's get rid of these things.
Crosser. Jake, but like
You look. When you were bringing the table down, you looked so small. I could just see your head poking up at the top of the thing. It was like
small.
We need to remove the parasites.
Small.
Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Baby.
Their most
small.
important
Baby.
facilities are
Small.
housed in their sanctuary.
Also, I like Leon just
Small.
called Ada. I'm literally above
The
him.
encyclopedia.
Ada the
Happy to
encyclopedia.
help. Now you
My
know.
favorite fucking line from Leon in this one. It's the merchant. Leon. Leon.
Welcome. Got a
Hello.
selection.
I
Good
don't think I
things
can
on
actually
sale.
buy anything from you, sir, because I just shopped at you. I guess tune up. Can I? Let's.
Try that on for
I like barely have anything upgraded. Oh, did I not do the bug one? I don't think I did the bug one. Tweet the 3.
no, I don't think so.
Nearby cliff. Oh, I know who they are. Yeah. You have to use the thermal and you see them along the side. I mean, I'm not trying to do all of them. I think I need
that's
to.
icky.
Yeah, I remember it because I remember hunting for it the first time I did it.
check out
I
my
think
wares
I've
again soon.
done all of hers. I don't remember. Oh, I need the key for that. It's in the freezer. Time to go in the freezer. Sarah Small? Correct. You would be correct. Why? Yes. Are these guys all dead? Oh. No, they're not. Ow! You hit me in the fucking back! Leave me alone! I just knew what was in that man's body! An ornate beetle.
No, not allowed. Electric.
Oh! You fucking hit my back. I love the sound of the thing hitting. Just gotta break those. And then we go over here. And then we collect that. And then we get the fuck out of here. Anything over there? Anything over there? Nope. Okay, now we're running. Does create slight problems later. But truth be told, I don't really care. I fucking obliterated. Oh, what's that noise? Oh, that's what that noise is. Excuse me, pardon me. It's only you, right, my friend? We're gonna take care of him. I'm gonna reload. Oh, perfect timing. Thank you. Okay. He's the biggest problem to deal with. Phone call I need to make, but phone anxiety is... You can do it. You can do it. You just gotta... Ooh.
I believe that you can do it.
Yeah, you just gotta get it done, and you know what? Then it's over. Oh
do
my
it.
god. Sorry, I run in circles like that because I'm like, jingle, 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 jingle.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
I think it's like the dangly trinkets. And I'm like, trinkets? None of... Oh, I hit... Oh, let me see what's in here. Ornate beetle. Well, I'll finish that one.
Okay.
I think I've done the jack of all trades for Ada. I'm thinking I did. If not, like I said, I haven't even fucking completed all the other tasks, so... Oopsie! Oh. Okay. The fear in me of just like, oh, what's in this room? Oh, thank you, Leon. Can you turn this all back on? Really, a business call, and I hate those. Yeah, that's fair. Business call is not fun.
That sucks. Once you get it done, it's done.
Oh god. The absolute silence that happens in this game when you take that out because it turns off the power is... It's deafening.
It's bound to happen.
Make a sharp turn this way. We are not going back the short way. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ, that man screaming scared the shit out of me. Chicken! I don't know why I said that. There's usually a chicken in this. Is that man dead? Okay, he's already out of the oven. That scared the shit out of me last time. I did not like... Okay, trinket. I did not like when that man popped out of the oven the last time. Fucking scary. I hear him. Okay. You're not transforming, right? Okay, good. He just died. Oh, could you not walk towards me, sir? Thank you. It's quite gross of you. I don't know why I'm making those noises. He's quite scary. I gotta reload. Okay. Okay, he did it. Oh, thank you for your lovely little pin. How nice of you. I will eat it. I will eat it to the gremlin. And that gremlin would be my bear. My Kai. I'll feed you the little trinket. What's that? Yeah, free trinket. Free trinket.
I like trinket. I can put it on my shelf and I can go hee hee.
My collection. Open. They closed 30 minutes ago? Oh. So you can't even call them. Where am I? Is this the way I'm going? That is not the way I'm going. Yeah, we're going this way. Oh yeah, there's the merchant. Hey, merchant.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Sell you those things.
Stranger.
Ooh. Tune up.
There you are, as you wish.
I don't really like the TMP.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. I knew.
Oh, actually, what do you have to trade, sir?
Good things on sale.
25. Here.
My back is killing me. You can't go wrong with that.
Then we'll just sell that.
Now go and cause some mayhem.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, he told me to go cause mayhem. Of course I will.
Hee 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 hee.
Something for y'all in Discord? Oh, Jesus, why'd that explode like that? I was looking at Discord.
Should be able to get out now.
Bear.
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 Bear? Bear.
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 Yeah, bear.
Bear.
Bear. Bear.
Did you know that? Bear.
Bear. Bear. Sounds about as blue. Blue.
Blue.
Blue. Blue.
See, I am bear and I am wearing blue.
Not exactly
Bear.
correct.
Blue.
It'll have
Blue.
to do.
Blue. Okay. I hate the gondola ride.
Battle bear.
Battle bear.
Bear in armor.
Sorry. Just fighting them with my elbows.
You know what's funny is that you did that and then I looked and I did the exact same movement.
You said, "Oh, I understand."
Lights out. Enjoy the ride.
Okay, they're all dead. Most literally.
Good. Good.
Whoa, he's not dead.
Well, this isn't good.
Okay, he's also dead. Okay, now they're dead again. Yeah, okay, they're just... oh! We have another contender.
Ooh.
Fortunately, I'm a sniper in games, and I shot him. Wow, I remember getting hit a lot.
Maybe a tad.
Better. I got hit none.
Not my
Bah.
favorite carnival ride.
Better. Is this the way I'm supposed to be going? Because, I don't have time to lollygag, so... Holy shit, I forgot about this part. Oh my god, this part's so... painful. We're almost done with this game, but I don't think we'll be able to do it in one go.
Welcome, stranger. Well then, what can I do? Try that.
I can't not buy anything from him, so I just purchased something. Oh. Damn, it said that I'll kill you is a threat. Never? That? I'm gonna kill you. Fair. What a matter of oh no! Not to find the internet. What's this one? 10 and 6. 3. Oh, this is the same thing. This game is doable? Well.
There we go.
Ow.
Sorry, I was in a battle with 5,000
The area is
things.
well guarded.
It'd be that way.
Need to be careful.
I'm debating what to do because I don't think we're going to be able to finish this. Because it's almost 5 hours. We are literally close to the end, so it's not like the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, because we could do this and then we could just very quickly finish the end of this next week. And then sprint and do
5.
yeah, and do 5.
Ooh.
So I imagine 5 will take us a little while.
Yeah. Can literally leave us on the last chapter of this. I don't think the last chapter is long. Oh, whoa, that's a Molotov.
Oh. Damn. You got.
I guess that.
Oh, did you? Doc, did you get auto modded?
Yeah.
I cannot help you in that. I'm so sorry.
Wee wee wee.
Wee wee wee.
Takes care of them. I don't really care about going back after the trinkets, but... Oh, good lord.
Oh lord. Doc, I'm so curious what you said.
Oh, I'll kill you. It didn't like that one.
Well, that's a bit mean.
Whoa.
You could do the thing that like kids shows do when they clearly want to say I want to kill you, but then they don't. They'll just say shit like I'll end your bloodline.
Holy shit, they
You know?
almost ended my bloodline.
But you have 2 snakes in your pocket. Or are you just happy to see? I'm so sorry.
I do just have 2 snakes. Holy shit, he swung at me. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow,
Only
meow.
2 sticks in your pocket, Batman.
Why, yes. I hear that noise. I don't like it. Meow, 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 meow. Oh! Meow, 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 meow. I want the stuff in there because I am running low on some resources. So I'm just gonna.
Thank you, Junior. Thank you. Just gotta hit you with the. I am going to ensure a lack of survival in you.
Hey, why yes, I like that wording.
It's so fucking ominous. I always like that. I'm going to make sure you never wake up type shit.
That one's a good.
Be ominous,
Woo.
creepy as fuck.
Okay. Drop your little tool, thank you. Should heal just a little bit. Do need to fix that. Okay. I wasn't scrolled all the way up in the chat. Or I was scrolled up, so I wasn't putting it down. I'm like, wait, no, I want to see what my little peoples are saying. Okay, that one's there.
Your debt to the Reaper is due. God damn.
Oh, it's just one thing after another today.
I like that one.
Just that, have you ever tried counting your breaths? You only have a few.
There we go. Does that hit them? Oh, why, yes it does. My arm is itchy! I stopped and it shit. Excuse me. Yippee! Oh my god, I have to run so far. So far. Meow, 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 meow. Whew. Oh, a big hole. Big hole. Big hole.
Need to find the main terminal.
Oh, I was gonna show you in there. That's where you can also see the bugs. You have to do the same quest where you have to find the bugs on the wall. Bug. But I left. Oh, this is one of my favorite scenes. So this is like the actual underground lab. The first Resident Evil franchise movie that they made with Alice. I hear that. Squeaky. It reminds me of that scene, except everything goes right instead for here, for Ada, as it should. Unfortunately for them in that movie, it does not go right for them at all. Oh, he's dead. I don't know why I said, oh, he's dead. Yeah, they're dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, Ada, activate it, please.
He has died.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the other way around. Ada, why didn't you activate that right away? He has a died.
Tells me this isn't just a comms facility.
Why is it telling me how to crouch now? Barbious weapon. Oh, down we go. Got you? God can do that. It's my job to set up the meeting. Damn, that's a good one. Oh, well, good heavens. Ada, I don't like this one. This is one monster we never get to see with Leon. And it reminds me of the Hunters, but evolved.
You don't look right.
Oh, that's really weird.
Yeah.
Twitch is implementing a new thing.
Ooh.
It's only on a couple of streams so far. But it's called a stream rewind feature.
Interesting.
Because I had to refresh because my internet shit itself for a second now. And so I went on to Lep Stream instead. And because I'm also subscribed there, I got thrown with the, hey, you now have a bar at the bottom as like, you know, like VODs. It just looks like you're watching a VOD.
Interesting.
And it just confused the shit out of me.
Ew. Toes.
Ew. No, you like feet.
Guess my new friend was the result of some experiment.
Okay. Oh, he's in there too.
Too bad. Cuss of feet.
Got her. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Okay. That scared me. Ada, can you point me in the right direction? No, she didn't.
Hey, this guy is really ugly.
He is.
Yeah.
That person putting those in was panicked. Like their hand was all over it. Ah! Oh, I don't like that.
Damn.
Oh, I don't like that. Okay, come on, Ada. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, what did I do to him? What did I just do to that man? Oh my god. I fucking obliterated him. That's talked about Krauser and it was probably important to read, and especially to let you know, but I just didn't. Anyways, it's the coolest fucking scene ever in this game. Because Ada's just so badass. Yeah, I better watch out. Yeah, I can't see how fucking close they are to me. Okay. Does she not have a health bar? Don't hit my toesies. The lasers are so mean. Her just jumping through is so cute. Oh, okay. Oop. That person was also panicked again, pressing all that.
This is it.
Is there anything?
Now, how to connect the device.
How to connect the device? I have a device. Oh yeah, the device is the giant case that I don't know where I put. Just up my ass, apparently. It's up your ass. Yeah, it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Free real estate.
Hey, did you know something? Come real close, come real close.
It's free real estate.
I'm at the site and jacked into the main terminal.
It's free real estate.
Entire island,
I can love that.
including the president's daughter.
It's free real estate.
Won't that make things harder for you?
Is she talking to Wesker? Okay, I was like, she's talking to Wesker, but he's not responding to anything yet.
The weak exist to serve the strong.
I want to finish this. We literally could finish it.
I've arranged a way for you to get back to the island.
Copy that.
Right, meow.
Right.
On it now.
Meow.
Yeah, because we got about 5 minutes before 11,
Yeah.
which I know means nothing new.
Her dog. Damn. Jealous.
What was it
Damn.
you said again? You should have known by now, Whisker.
As we all know,
You
though.
don't always play.
It's for real estate. It's for real estate. Ada making copy and putting on flap blade. She's smart agent. Open doors. Yippee.
Okay, I'm done.
I fucking love the laser scenes. Oh, she literally is down here. Her. I don't think that monster's done here, though. Oh, I wonder what will happen here. Yeah, only one way, Ada. E. E. She's so fucking cool. That poor monster's just like, ow, that hurt. E. Shift. It's so cool. The way the dress is animated too for this is cool. That's how somebody dies in the first Resident Evil movie, and it's really well done for its time.
That's cool.
So stop, it's just Ashley, stop! Yes.
Got you now, sadly.
When is the first movie like set?
So the like whole franchise with Alice is not take place and any canon event of Resident Evil.
Oh, okay.
Those ones kind of were like its own thing. They take the first one. I don't think there was any really relevant characters that matter to any of the Resident Evil franchise. It was like its own like little thing. By the time you get to the second one is when they start kind of pulling some of them in, and then it's done in a fun way where it's like, oh my god, they're that character, but none of it is canon. On chapter 6. We literally have one more chapter. No, we shouldn't.
No.
No.
You said you got a stricter time limit.
We do. Look, I saved fucking 24 times last time. Yeah. We've only saved once.
Oh my lord.
It's because we have...
Yeah, but you also was playing hardcore.
Yeah, the autosaves.
It took 17 hours. This took like 4.
I know. You were literally at 3 hours for it. So it will literally take 4 hours. And the ending, we just fight Sadler. We get captured. And then we leave. So I'm like, the ending isn't bad. It's really short. So we'll just do that and go into Resident Evil 5. I'll probably download it and test it this weekend. Because Resident Evil 5 does give issues.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. It's special. It wants to be special. But it's fine. It's fine. We got a lot of it done. Oh, both my screens are black. Okay, hi. I still can see where the dry shampoo went, but it's not actually there. It just makes the shine very funny. Put that there. We don't need that. Okay. We're just gonna end today. What's unpacking? Oh, that's Borderlands 4, not 3.
Unpacking is so fun. Unpacking is so cute.
Oh, it's updating. Okay,
It's
pause
so
that.
pretty.
I'm streaming.
Ooh.
Not while I'm streaming Borderlands. Excuse you. Just leave, you throw Leon.
No,
Okay, yeah.
no.
Well, we get captured, and then in that fight, we throw Leon the rocket. I forgot what it was called. I was like shaking my hands. The rocket. Okay, I will say goodbye to you. I love you. Thank you for joining again. It's always so fun. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Just the scream as we disappear. Let me bring up Nikki's messages because I had to respond to her. I'm gonna go since my friend really does want to need to talk. A rundown for next week. No stream Monday. You're not gonna end it, Doc. No stream Monday, but it's okay. I think I'll pick up a stream on Tuesday, and we'll play Silent Hill F, because in theory, Wednesday should be community stream for community farm day. I might put up a poll to see who wants community farm, because I don't know if anybody's free. So there's that. If we have a lot of people who aren't free, we don't have to do it. I can play Silent Hill F that day, and then I just stream Wednesday and Thursday. We have Resident Evil Thursday still there. Nothing's wrong with Thursday. Yeah, I got you. The rocket launcher is based on RPG 7. I do know that name. I know that name very well from other zombie games. Anyways, yeah, but that's like the tentative plan. Either way, Dying Light will be put on the back burner. Do you guys want to see the whole game? I'm intrigued by it. And like, I love it. But that's also a game like Indiana Jones where I will just play the fuck out of it in the background. And just collect shit. I was so tempted to open it up last night and just go around and collect stuff. Not even do the main story, just collect things around. So it's really bad. But it just means I won't play Dying Light for a little while until we beat Silent Hill F, which shouldn't take too long. And then we just boot up that one. Dance. Except I might change because there's some other horror games I want to play. But I don't know if we want to forfeit from farm days. I love collecting shit. Yeah, that's what I was doing in Indiana Jones. Just collecting shit. It's good, but it's bad. But we'll see. I'll see what the plan is. Maybe I forfeit farm and do horror on Wednesdays. Like more horror for October because it's happening. And then I don't forfeit community farm. We do at least one community farm during October. Or maybe, hear me out. Kai, you're the only one like here who participates in community. Doc, I wish, but Doc also at work while I stream. What about instead of community farm for October, we do community horror games for those who want. And we change it up so we don't play the same one. Because I know some you can't play. Some other people could play. And then we bring back community farm then in November, which is perfect. And then it's farm time. I think I'll put a poll. Because that's a nice idea. Dance, do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? You know what is scary? BG3 is scary because I have crippling anxiety with finishing that game. To see which ones I can play and buy. Yeah, because I know like Repo would be a great one. That's like the mild spooky where it's not too spooky. But it's horror. And then pulling some people in, like say, I don't know if I want to play Backrooms, but like games like that are fun. So I know some other people might. Community BG3, I need to put that in the works because that would be really fun. If I get out of a job. I need to check to see if that job is open. But yeah, just food for thoughts. I think I'll open up a little poll and see what people think. Because it's only for October. Because then we'll go back to farm. And I love farm. It's never gonna go away. It's just, it's Halloween. It's fucking Halloween. Spooked to the point that I'm pretty scared of guns and fighting in Repo. But honestly, Repo is so fucking funny. So fucking funny, so fucking spooky. But like silly little games like that might be fun for at least October. So I'll leave that food for thought. I'll post about it in the Discord and see what everybody else thinks. But other than that, I can click my buttons. I'll say bye-bye from here. I love you all. Please take care. I will see you guys on next week. I won't see you on Monday. But please take care, everybody. I love you all. Thank you for joining for this great day. It was really nice. It was just high energy fun, which is the only thing I want to worry about. But I love you all. Thank you for joining me today, guys. I'm stretching. I'm sorry. But other than that, I will see you all next week. Please stay hydrated. I love you all. Thank you. I love you all so much. That's about it. I don't even have words. I'm very grateful for you guys. But bye-bye.